Hello, everyone. Good time zone to you all. I am so excited for today, but I would love to welcome you to the annual Queer Indie Showcase presented in collaboration with the International Game Developers Association, IGDA, Midboss, and Gaming Magazine.
Yeah, we've got an incredible event lined up filled with diverse indie games that celebrate the creativity of LGBTQIA plus developers. These titles go beyond just fun gameplay. They tell powerful stories, amplify unique voices, and challenge the way we think about gaming narratives.
The showcase is the product of a wonderful collaboration between IGDA, Midboss, and Gaming Magazine. We've been working behind the scenes to bring you a selection of groundbreaking games developed by diverse creators, and we're thrilled to finally share them with you today.
But before we jump into the games, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Cade Peterson, and I represent Midboss, where we focus on creating games that highlight queer stories and characters and offer fresh perspectives that hopefully resonate with a wide range of players.
And I'm Dr. Jake Invella. I'm the executive director of the International Game Developers Association. The IGDA is the world's largest nonprofit professional association dedicated to supporting and empowering game developers all around the world in achieving fulfilling and sustainable careers. And we do so by fostering professional growth and industry advancement through networking, mentorship, resources, advocacy, and community. I also lead Astral Interactive, a queer indie studio.
Today's live stream is more than just a celebration of indie games. It's a tribute to the LGBTQIA plus community and the impact indie game devs have had on the world of gaming. It's about creating a welcoming space where everyone can see themselves represented.
Throughout this event, we'll also highlight LGBTQIA+ streamers and content creators who are spreading the love of games within their communities. So, whether you're a longtime ally, a member of the queer community, or simply someone who enjoys diverse gaming experiences, we are thrilled to have you with us.
In addition to the showcase today, we're also launching the 5th annual Season of Pride Steam sale, which is live now. And you can find all of these games showcased there and more. We'll put in the chat just now the link to the event, and you can check it out before the thing ends on November 27th.
Kate, thank you so much for putting this Steam sale together for the developers participating in today's showcase and in the Season of Pride Steam sale. Steam sales are such a great way for indie devs to get the word out about their titles. And in today's industry climate, marketing and community reach are of the utmost importance for a successful launch. Cool fact, we had over 150 submissions to the Season of Pride Steam sale. That's a lot of queer games, and we are here for it. It was extremely challenging to whittle down the list even to a final 20 to showcase, but we did manage to get down to a final 8 showcased games thanks to our selection committee who had a vision of creating a diverse range of games, genres, stories, and playstyles. So, with that said, we're so excited to shine a spotlight of the following games in the Queer Indie Showcase. Let's take a look at the schedule.
Today's showcase will feature 8 games from various creators. First, Spill the Beans by Skeletal Games. Next, Sibel's Journey by Food for Thought. Haven by The Game Bakers. Kitsune Tales by Kitsune Games. Queer Quest by Queermo Games. Take no Himitsu, Ocean of Secrets by Deneos. The Songbird Guild by Yurisoft Games. And Sorry We're Closed by A La Mode Games. And then we're going to have a panel discussion with the queer indie devs.
Awesome. Thanks, Cade. And now let's take a look at our streamers who will be playing today's featured games. We've got Cinnamon up first, playing Spill the Beans. We also have Jeff Brutlag, who will be taking us through Haven, Tako no Himitsu, Ocean of Secrets, and Sorry We're Closed. And of course, our very own IGDA Director of Operations and Events, Parker, will be playing Sibel's Journey, Kitsune Tales, Queer Quest, and the Songbird Guild.
And let's see. As a reminder, we'll wrap up today's showcase with a panel on the importance of LGBTQA plus representation in the games industry. Now, on to the showcase. First, we'll kick things off with Spill the Beans. A secret recipe has been stolen, and you're charged with finding the culprit. The trouble is, you're the one who done it. Investigate, interrogate, and manipulate your way to framing the perfect scapegoat in this reverse detective visual novel.
So excited for this one. While we get the team set up, let's take a look at a few trailers from our honorable mentions.
Though we know very little, scientists say the asteroid's electromagnetic atmosphere may cause some minor interference with electronics.
And we'll be right back after this commercial break.
So, welcome back, seniors. Believe me when I say that this year will fly by, and you will find yourselves wishing you'd taken more time to prepare.
You are auditioning for a spot in my annual Battle of the Bands!
You really aren't thinking about it? A big kaboom?
When the fire falls from on high, oh, we can be the pretty heroes if we try. But tonight,
Bet this would be a good spot to be if it hits.
tonight,
Who are you?
we're never gonna grow up. Never gonna run out of time tonight.
It's gonna be fine. Just gotta make it to the summer tour.
If you want to.
Welcome to your new job at The Familiar. Your first day should be a breeze. Make coffee, meet customers, and steal your boss's secret recipe? And blame your crime on someone else in the cafe? Well, that certainly makes things interesting. You've got plenty of potential scapegoats to choose from. A hard-working golem, an unruly skeleton, a sweet-toothed vampire, a siren social media star, and your boss. He's a dick.
Cat.
Interrogate your scapegoats, gather evidence to use against them, and choose who to accuse for your crime, with over 15 ways to close the case. But if you took a little time to get to know these people, maybe things could go a different way. Maybe they could even get to know the real you. Just make sure to use your time wisely before things reach a boiling point. When you're the one who done it, who will you get to spill the beans?
Oh. Hello. How's it going?
Hello.
It's so good to see everyone. Good morning, everybody, all the way from Indonesia. It is currently midnight my time. Neeb, what time it is for you?
Oh God, it's about 5 p.m. for me in Ireland at the moment.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so we've had a little bit of time to sort of, get warmed up and all that jazz. But to all the audience at home, hi. My name is Senaran. I use she, her pronouns. I'm your favorite chatty VTuber from Indonesia. I am also part of the Rising Star class of 2024 from the gaming magazine. And I am a huge fan of all sorts of indie games. So I was really excited when I was brought onto this show and I played Spill the Beans. It was so exciting. How are you feeling, Neeb, now that the demo's out?
I'm really excited for it to be out, definitely. Indie games are a labor of love, and it's nice to see people actually get to play it and give their feedback on it and all that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. Now, before we get started on the game, I have a cheeky little question for you. Since this game is all about, being a barista, drinking some coffee, do you like coffee? How do you normally take your coffee?
Oh, no, absolutely. I'm like Jesse, who I write in the game. Chocolate all the way, all the marshmallows, all the cream on top. That's what I go for. I do not have sophisticated tastes in the least.
Oh my gosh. It was really funny. We can also like queue up the game right now. It was so funny. I remembered going through the game. First of all, here's the title screen. It looks beautiful, it looks amazing. I remember going through the different settings, and I really enjoyed that you also had the TTS functionality within the game itself. Can you tell me a little bit of how that works?
That's actually a built-in functionality for Ren'Py. So anyone who's used to playing a lot of indie visual novels, that's usually the kind of core engine that people go for that. And it's, I think, a testament to the visual novel kind of development community that that's something that's focused on, that's kind of an innate feature. And I think, that's the kind of thing that should be implemented in more engines. Like if Unity could do that, that would be great. I think that would be a great baseline to set for the industry. So I can't take all the credit, but I definitely want to make sure that we support that. So every time we put UI in, we got to make sure that there's all text that properly describes stuff. That's definitely really important for us. And I think it should be for everyone.
Self-voicing enabled.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you can see here, I actually turned it on. And then I jump scared myself because the voice started talking. It was really nice though, because I was able, let's say I had to step away for a minute, being able to hear that voice just to sort of walk me through this story, I thought that was a really sweet thing.
Yeah, no, it's definitely very handy, and like I said, it should be industry standard, to be honest.
Absolutely. Here's the character creation process. Love the different pronouns. Love the I love the humor in this game. Now, I know that you are a writer. What was from all of this, either the adjectives or the soft skills, which was your favorite? If you had to make yourself in this game, what would you have chosen?
Well, me and my fellow writer, we sat down and we brainstormed all of these weird things you put in your CV, and it was mainly us trying to come up with the funniest things we could think of. I put long walks on the beach. That was mine.
I love that one. That was
why wouldn't you get hired if that's on your CV? Yeah. Though I think our favorite one is on the bottom soft skills drop down, the very last thing in the menu. I don't know if you caught it when you played it. It's just the word please.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I chose that. You'll see it. I was very excited because there was a hijab option. And just a little bit about me, my family is Muslim. And so anytime I see an indie game that has an hijab option from the very beginning, always, bring warm. As you can see, I chose the please.
Oh, the please.
always brings a smile to my heart, always gives me like such a warm welcome. Now, you mentioned Jessie. We're gonna go through like the little intro and all that stuff as well. You mentioned Jessie. Speaking of the characters itself, who was like the very first character you created?
We kind of created all the characters at once. It was we started this game as a game jam in 2020, so perhaps a dangerous time to start a project, but we started in 2020 and we brainstormed and we kind of came up with this weird spider diagram of characters, which were just kind of tropes. We had like a vampire who's really cute and wears a sun hat. We had a skeleton who's a biker. We had a golem who's a chef, and a cat who's your boss.
Oh my
and
god.
like a siren who's like famous. And we never really strayed very much from that, really. We kind of just came up with the first crazy ideas that came to our head and we were like, oh, that's it, that's perfect. We still have the diagram somewhere. I'm sure we'll post it on Twitter or Blue Sky or something.
Yes, we'd love to see it. Out of all these characters, which one do you think is the one that resembles you the most? And then which one do you think resembles your co-writer the most?
Oh, yeah, we've definitely talked about this when we've been brainstorming. I write Jessie, who's the vampire, and Alex, who's the siren in the wheelchair. And they both have a lot of me. But I would say maybe Alex the most. I think she's the character that players maybe might like the least, which I don't know what that says about me, but she's very concerned about image and how people perceive her. And I think, putting some of that into her character is definitely my kind of, art is a way to vent sometimes. So that's what I would say for her. Also, she is very gay, so that's a bit of me in that too. As for my co-writer, definitely Sloan, the golem who's on screen at the moment. He definitely exemplifies like this very, very sweet person who should probably yell out against the world a bit more, Yeah.
I completely understand. Honestly, I love that you mentioned just like so many queer vibes going on here. The tea between Siren and Jessie. Let's talk about that. What's going on? Can we get a little inside knowledge?
When we started this game, I was like, do you want to make a dating sim? And everyone was like, no, we shouldn't do a dating sim. I was like, okay. But what if there was a romance going on? What if there was a romance between these two characters? So I kind of heralded that a bit from the beginning. So when I, took on writing these two characters, I was like, yes, this is going to come up in the game. So there's a bit of a subtle kind of hint towards a messy, sapphic breakup that might have happened between these two characters in the intro. But through the game, you might have a chance to kind of explore that more because basically after this intro, which is part of the demo, you get a chance to interrogate characters to find out things you could use against them. And for Jessie and Alex, a messy breakup is kind of an interesting thing that you could use to kind of turn on someone's emotions and make a very complicated situation come out to your favor. Or maybe there's another way you could close the case, which could give them a bit more of a happy ever after.
Oh my gosh. The more I look through the choices that you presented, and then the little sort of ticker tape comes up at the front, either it will make you look more suspicious, the characters look more suspicious, or they start trusting you more. I am already starting to think I guess I was starting to already think through who would I pin the blame? I love all these characters so much. I don't even know who I'm going to be able to pin the blame to.
We did some playtesting and surveys to see who people wanted to blame the most. And it was kind of across the board of people picking things like, oh, I didn't like this character's vibe and stuff like that. But there were also a lot of people who were like, I don't want to blame anyone. And there might be kind of a secret ending in the demo for if you are too nice to everyone as well.
I did not catch the secret ending. Now I want to go back and see if I could perhaps do a little helping, all the others. But okay, my first instinct was to blame the boss, make it seem like, oh, it's just the process gone wrong. Fred, right? That's the cat's name?
Yeah, cat with a very smart tie, yes.
Yes, the demon, ? I'm interested to know where that, there's so many secrets that are coming in here already. We have a guy, the delivery man, that's stuck outside.
Don't worry, that's just Dave.
Dave. Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's just Dave. He's just there. He's just hanging out there. No, these characters were also wonderfully written. And my personal favorites are Sloan and Siren. Like I saw Siren and I saw like a mirror in front of me. I really, really like related to her so much. But speaking of writing, what was your writing process like when, writing a visual novel? Because I'm sure it's a little bit different than one would write a book, right?
Yeah. I think the most important thing about writing a visual novel is making sure you're on the same page with the other people who are interacting with these characters. So we spent a very long time in brainstorming mode where, we would write down a lot of facts about these characters. Some of them will never probably come up. Like, I think at one point we wrote that the Siren had pet starfishes called Fame and Fortune. Will that come up in the game? Probably not, but it's like these little things that help you make these characters human, even though maybe only one of them is human. And it's that kind of thing. And even part of that is sexuality. Like, it doesn't come up for everyone, of course. Like, it's not fundamental for everyone's arc in this game, but it's an important thing to write down. What is their relationship with sexuality and with romance or friendship or their gender, and how does that fit into how they see themselves? So whenever we're actually writing a character, because, we don't, have one character say a line and it's like, oh, this is your character, you need to come write this line. It's like, we take turns and we have to write other people's characters. And so you look back at this brainstorm we did and you go, oh, here's a wide view of this character. And you kind of pull things from that to write a very cohesive narrative of these very different characters written by very different people with different styles sometimes.
Absolutely. Can you tell me a little bit more? Was there like a character that was super easy for you to write? Just like bam, 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 dialogue just came through.
Oh, I think Fred is my current character, but like I find him quite easy to write just because he's this grumpy little guy. You go into his office and you're like, oh yes, it's your boss. He's so intimidating and scary and he could fire you. And then he licks his paw and then he takes a little sip of his cup, and it's just these contrasting things that just make it a very fun thing to write, That's kind of my favorite part of that is, yeah, it's Fred. It's definitely Fred, his little bow tie. Not bow tie, tie. But if he had an alternate outfit, No, I shouldn't. My artist, I can't do that to her.
But can you imagine him with a little rainbow bow tie? I'm just saying.
Oh, it's so tempting.
That'd be cute.
Oh, I'll write it down.
Or maybe get a little spin-off of Dress Up Fred and we can put him in a little outfit.
Oh, you're selling me on it, I won't lie.
Let me know. I will try my best to make whatever we need happen. I can draw stick figures. That's my contribution.
Okay.
On the flip side, so you mentioned that Fred was one of the easier ones to sort of characterize, make dialogue out of. Was there any characters that you found like difficult to sort of bring up and tell their story?
I think, like I said, with Alex, the Siren, she's a character who is meant to come off a little bit unlikable at first, kind of a little bit self-absorbed, and it's hard as a writer to strike that balance of a character having a mindset that they might need to fix or change, but in a way that the player actually wants to engage with, I think I've played a lot of RPGs where people will hate a character, and you're like, no, but you don't understand, they have all these depths. So it takes a couple of revisions, I think, to show a complex character and give them the kind of grace they need to be understood in the narrative and let the player have some room to actually change their thoughts or address some things they might have thought about them.
Yeah, for sure. I can see how Siren would be really like kind of difficult. Not difficult, I suppose, but like that balance, as you mentioned, would be a little bit tough. Speaking of writing, and I hope you don't mind, I just really enjoy the dialogue in this game. Everyone is ping-ponging so nicely. Is there a scene that we haven't seen yet in the demo that you loved writing about? And I'm so curious, like, can you give us a little sneak peek of like what that scene would be?
Oh gosh. Yeah, just recently we were working on a scene, back and forth with me and the co-writer, and we it was a scene that comes about from player actions. They can cause this scene to happen between other characters and kind of observe it. And it was a scene between Jesse, who's the vampire, and Grudge, who's the skeleton biker. And it's just like a kind of soft emotional moment between two characters who come off a little bit goofier at the start. But in this moment, I just think they felt very human, and I really enjoyed the back and forth of working out how that would play out.
That was really sweet. Grudge is actually a character that I did not initially enjoy my first time, but then as I started getting sort of like, I played through this demo twice, essentially. I played it the first time just so that way I can get a feel for it, and then obviously I played it again for the recording. And the second time, I understood what he's all about. Oh, I thought, like, once I understand that he's just this like goofy guy that's just like trying a little too hard, I become like obsessed with him. Now I
Yeah,
do
he
have a
tries to be the
question.
tough guy
Go ahead.
and be like, oh yeah, I'm your rival. You know, it's a lot of kind of anime trip. You know, he's there to be your rival, but
Very that.
he's not really. He's just trying.
No. We're like, I don't even know you. You don't even know me. And he's like, oh, I'm your biggest rival. I thought that was so funny. Now I have a question. Are any of these characters based off like real people or just like other characters that you've seen in media? I want to know.
I would say Jesse is a little bit based on our social media manager, who voices over the trailer as well. They might be watching right now, and I'm embarrassing them. Mainly because there's one of their roots later is based on an experience they kind of told me verbatim about being at a Comic-Con, and how terrible and great it can be at the same time. So I put a little bit of them into that for just because I was drawing from real life. I'm sorry, Atom, but that's how it is.
Hi, social media manager. Thank you for being such a great inspiration to the characters. We love it. So I assume that I'm only making assumptions here, but like this is not a very typical visual novel that you have. As you mentioned before, like a lot of visual novels usually tend to lend itself in like the romance genre. So when I saw the brief and it was like a whodunit case, my first instinct was, oh, maybe Phoenix Wright? I don't know if you've heard of like the Ace Attorney sort of game.
We have a couple of fans on our team, yes, we do.
Oh my goodness. I thought, what an interesting thing that we become sort of like the quote unquote villains for this, right? But what are other sort of inspirations that you had to create this story and make it come to life?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a later inspiration, but I think Inkle's Overboard, which is another game where you play essentially the villain of the story who has to try to get out of it without being caught. That was definitely one kind of inspiration for the narrative styles there. I love visual novels, so I've played a lot of them when I was younger. So some of my like earliest inspirations were probably Backstage Pass, which is an older one, which had a lot of like kind of queer background stories between characters, and I was like, oh, you can just do that in the background. So you can just put that in. I think we're also a lot of big RPG fans, so a lot of the like characters having stats and you affecting their state of mind and that kind of thing definitely falls in from us loving stuff like Dragon Age and Disco Elysium and things like that. Yeah, it's a wide swath of games. We pull in from a lot of inspirations to make something that I don't think looks like any of those things, to be quite honest. It's very silly.
I keep on expecting it. I keep on expecting it to like sort of turn or like lend itself to like either like the friendship thing, but I just like I keep on getting, you know, that ticker tape at the top, like, oh, this will make them act more suspiciously in front of others, or this will make them a better ally. I keep on wanting to know where that sort of like line through goes. Now, I also know that there are multiple endings that you can do in this game, of course. I guess I think the trailer mentioned 16. I could be wrong. How many exactly are there? And are there like hidden endings that like we probably won't know until like the third, fourth time through?
There are a lot of different endings. I think the trailer was like at least 15. You can frame people in a lot of different ways, based on what route you choose to do that. And we also have, we do have some secret endings that might lend themselves to multiple playthroughs in some ways, which we're excited as well about. But I don't want to ruin the surprise on some of those.
Of course, yeah. I would never. I don't want to spill any secrets.
Don't want to spill any beans.
Now, Neve, you are so correct. We don't want to spill any beans right now.
We like puns where we're at, you know.
Yes, absolutely. And I notice I do really enjoy the background of this game as well. So I understand that, as a smaller studio, we probably have a couple of people doing the same roles. You are, of course, like both the programmer and the developer. What was sort of like your favorite background to work on when it comes to these games?
Well, our art, all the sprites and the backgrounds are drawn by our artist, Melina Carolan, who is a very talented animator and illustrator. So my favorite part of her drawing the backgrounds was getting to make silly requests about what we put in there and things like that. I think one of the backgrounds has like some little silhouettes of our Dungeons and Dragons characters in there because we're friends as well outside of the game. It's the little cat flap on the back of the kitchen door, which you can see on screen.
I saw.
How does Fred get into his office otherwise? It's very important. Yeah, it's little stuff like that, or even like his office. He's got like cat scratches on his chair. Oh,
the cat tree.
He's amazing. Little bits of yarn up on a shelf.
Yes,
over there.
I love it.
A lot of attention to detail.
I love the attention to detail. And speaking of design, the characters. Obviously, I'm very much drawn to Jessie. Just everything about their aesthetic, about their silhouette. When it came to designing characters, what was that process like? If you can walk us through it.
Yeah, I did all the initial designs for the characters. And Jessie, very Lolita inspired. I think Alex was the hardest to design, to be honest, because she had, how do you design an influencer? What's a cool, fashionable outfit? So I think she had like 12 iterations before we got there.
That's super fair. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that our time is almost up. I still have like so many different questions. Obviously a big shout out to Alex being a wheelchair user, multiple characters that are queer and, presenting and being very proudly queer. I have so many different questions and so many things to talk about. However, I do believe that is our time. Neve, I want to thank you again for coming over here and chatting with me.
Thank you so much for interviewing me as well and chatting and playing the game. And I love your beautiful so much.
Oh my gosh, thank you. I appreciate it. I really do look forward to seeing the game come to life. Do we have an expected, when it's coming out anytime soon?
Not at the moment, but follow us on all our socials at Skeletal Games and you might find out.
Yeah, sounds good. Looking forward to it. To all the wonderful viewers that are currently in chat, we do have a giveaway going on, !coffee, I believe. And then if you could do me a favor, do us a favor, always, as you're watching through the show, feel free to click on the link that you see wishlisted on Steam, so that way the devs can get a little bit of love as well. And without further ado, I just want to say a big ol' thank you again to Neve for coming over here and chatting with us today.
Oh, thank you too. Oh, it's been lovely.
It has been really lovely. And to all the viewers at home, I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you again for coming over. Really appreciate it. And enjoy the Season of Pride sale.
Thank you so much, Cinnamon and Neve. That was so awesome. I cannot wait to play more. I played a little bit of the demo, so I'm looking forward to when it comes out. But that was, I don't know, such a charming segment. I just feel so wholesome, and now I really want coffee. So I really want to go to my local coffee shop and get my typical, which is an iced Americano, but it's actually a little chilly in Dallas today, so maybe I'll go for a hot coffee and stir up some trouble while I'm at it. Kidding, of course. So earlier we did do a drawing for someone to get a demo key, and that is Marcy Lacelle. Marcy Lacelle, please send IGDA a direct message on Twitch, and we will get that code to you as soon as possible. Again, reach out to IGDA on Twitch. If you're from another channel, definitely go to twitch.tv/IGDA and just send us a quick little DM, and we'll get you that code. All right. And again, as Cinnamon mentioned, please make sure to wishlist the game. You can find all of the games featured today on the Season of Pride Steam sale. Link is available in chat, and we'll be posting that constantly over and over and over again. That's really, really important for the developers to get those wish lists, to get those Steams. We have to support our community, right? And we have to spread the word. So share that link with your friends. We've got some games on sale, some demos, games coming soon, all that jazz. Now, for the next segment, we are thrilled to showcase Sibel's Journey by Food for Thought. This game follows Sibel as she navigates a transformative weekend in Berlin, encountering people who live and love in many different ways. Sibel's journey celebrates queer identities and relationships, as well as explores gender fluidity, diverse sexual orientations, and the complexity of coming of age as a young person within the LGBTQIA+ community. At the heart of the game is Sibel's journey of discovery, not just about her friends and the people she meets, but also about herself. Before we bring on Parker and Serenade on the screen, let's watch some more honorable mentions for the Queer Indie Showcase.
La fontaine, les filles s'en vont et s'y promènent au bras des garçons. Tu les entraînes au cœur des buissons où elles étrennent l'amour en saison. Tu les enchaînes dans un tourbillon.
There's my hala. Meran, there you are. Hey, Kuna.
You're getting bigger and bigger.
You sound more and more like my babanya. Yeah, my body is nobody's business but my own.
Do you know what consent is?
Let me guess. Are you the infamous Sibel?
Ah, so many new words. Help!
It just doesn't make sense. I can decide for myself how I want to be.
Are you always this plain spoken?
L for lesbian. A for asexual.
It's for everyone, no matter what gender.
I can't hear.
So it's called user error.
Okay. Right.
No, but it's just so par for the course. I have 20 million things open. So of course I'm the first person to do the mistaken muting because you know what? That sounds like me. Hi, how are you?
Hey, I'm excited.
I'm excited too. I'm also so glad that now you can hear me. Oh, why don't you introduce yourself? So, because I know you're with Food for Thought, but who are you? What did you do when it comes down to Sibel's journey here? I'll start getting the game started in the background here.
I'm Serenat. Yes, we're Food for Thought. Sibel is Sibel's journey is our first game as Food for Thought, and it's like you could say it's like an inclusive sex education game. It's a game about gender, sexuality, bodies, and boundaries. And we made this game, and then we had this intersectional approach. So we put in a lot of things in it, and then we was like, okay, we cannot put everything in one game. So we started.
You know what? That's one way to do it.
Let's focus on gender and sexuality here, and then maybe just like focus on other parts of like physical and neurodiversity in another game. So
okay, smart, because there's so many topics when it comes down to all of it. Sorry, there's some great photos in here. I poked around already, so you would think that I wouldn't need to again, but I'm like, let's see what I missed. But smart. Oh my, I know what I'm doing. I swear.
Well, Meral doesn't seem to be here yet. Maybe she wrote me a message. I'll have a look.
And so you get to check your phone. Morale's who I'm looking for. I love the sign. Like, this is so fun. So how big is a team working on this right now?
We are 7.
Okay.
Yeah. But like 2 of us are mostly now at the moment working on the workshops.
Oh, okay, yes, because you guys do workshops as well for like anybody that I guess wants them for.
Yeah, exactly. It's mostly, I mean, the younger, like teenagers or younger audience. But we also give like to also caretakers and
there's my
to educators, so that they can talk about this stuff.
That's so cool. Also, I love that there's these guys, the little conversation cards, and that's how you get to select
there you are.
What kind of direction you go in.
Yeah.
How nice to see you, my favorite niece. Come on, let's take your stuff to my place first.
Yes, I'm so exhausted. Is there any cake?
Yay. Another message. Oh, look at the cat in the little roller skates. I love. So, does your team have an educational background? Like how, and that's what's prompted creating Sibel's Journey, or?
Yes, I mean, I myself did my master's on gender and queer studies.
Oh, fantastic! Oh my gosh!
And we have also some teachers, educators, and
Merales rearranged their place, and there are new posters on the wall. I haven't been here in way too long.
I always forget the voice kind of comes into all of it as well, so I don't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, it's because it's there's a lot of text, and it's for as intended from 13 and up. We thought, okay, we need to have voiceovers, otherwise they're not going to read that much.
They're not. Yeah, I think it also helps from an accessibility point of view, being able to hear versus read, or read versus hear. I am somebody who I need both, otherwise I'm not going to process it always. So
absolutely, same here.
Oh. But I love even just like the fun attention to detail in the background. Like the clock is brilliant there. A sort of clock, but it looks like that. So we can talk, we can say hi, I'm gonna say hi to you.
Hey, Kuna, how nice to see you. How are you?
Very well. And now that I see you, even better. You're getting bigger and bigger.
Yo, you sound more and more like my babanna. By the way, funny t-shirt.
And that adds another card, which is really neat. So do your workshops take on a similar kind of like gamified vibe then as well?
So we have, I mean, the game is episodic. So like we focus on one topic in each episode. I mean, there is every kind of topic. For example, here Knut is talking about his fat being political. And then Sibel is curious and she's asking all these. So we sort of like, the idea is like we give an introduction to the topic and then play one episode, and then we give like then reflect on it.
That's cool. Okay.
What's that t-shirt you're wearing? My fat is political? Why political? Does your belly go to protests or what?
Yes.
Yes, it does. And I go with it. You know what? All bodies are okay the way they are and deserve respect and love.
Yes.
Being fat is not a bad thing.
I love it.
That sounds nice. I like it.
And that adds another fun one. Oh, okay. So so then we get to, it's cool because now we have like a bunch of different topics that we can kind of broach into to explore.
Yes, and then we have, I mean, this episode is quite, they do talk quite a bit about it. And then they have, like, Meral has different opinions on the same topic. So she's talking to Meral, the aunt, and then she's talking about the same with Knut. But then we have like these mini games after.
Oh, fun. Okay.
Isn't saying fat offensive?
If I use the word fat for myself, that's perfectly fine. But it's harder for fat people to get jobs, for example, because they're often considered to be lazy gluttons. That's offensive, not the word itself.
Phew, complicated.
Oh, goodness. So how many episodes are you planning on with this?
Now, at the moment, we have 4 with Sibel's Journey, and then we sort of like there is this this story. So Sibel is looking for his friend Sarah. So she's like going through. She's in the subway. She's in the park. There's like a festival. She's in the cafe talking to different people, and then in the end, she finds her. So. After she finds, then we start the new game, which has the same story. The story continues, and then we talk the same character, some of the same characters in the same in the game, but they're more talking about, as I said, like about the other, like they're like a QT BIPOC theater group. So they're talking about this.
I love that. Oh,
so,
good.
There we talk a lot about like being neurodivergent, also having like some physical disabilities.
Oh my goodness.
So
Amazing.
this is going like this, and then we have the concept of a third one that is also again talking about the topics, but I think there is an idea of also having like not a complete game, but mini games that are like about different topics. Not that you don't have to complete the whole game, but
bite-sized things that makes it a little bit more digestible and like quicker probably as well to get there.
Exactly. So that's
because attention spans are short these days.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, mine is constantly very short.
Where on earth is Sarah now? I don't want to call her. Do you have any idea?
Earlier, she was downstairs with Alex at the cafe. Just dropped by there.
But what if she's not there? I need to find her right away.
What if?
Then I'm out of ideas.
You have to call her. Oh, there we go. Sibel, don't expect a surprise tomorrow, right? Well, maybe it kind of is. It's something that I want to tell you. Wait, what? It's not bad or anything. Don't trip. Please don't. Don't tell me you want to tell me something and then not tell me what it is. It's actually more of a surprise. Maybe it's more like a secret. Yeah, that fits. Yeah. I get this. Now you're making me even more curious. Come on, just write it down or send me a voice message. Please. How am I supposed to stand this until tomorrow? Your problem, Sarah. I'll contact you later again. I'm having terrible reception. Yeah, excuses. No, where are you? I'll call you tonight at the latest when I'm back home. So looking forward to tomorrow. Yeah, me too. 1,000 hugs and kisses. That's so cute. That's so funny.
So we have we use the sorry.
No, go for it, please. Talk about this. I love this.
Yeah, we use the phone also, like that they have the notes in the phone and also the photos and messages, so to be able to solve it.
Yeah, which is like you've got a bunch. I don't know who you are yet. We don't talk to you apparently. It's fun. It's really. I love the integration of the phone because it does make this very like real, really relatable, but also just very real because that's technology we use. Is Sibel based off of anybody, or is this just somebody you all created?
Well, I mean, I'm from Turkey.
Okay.
But I live in Germany. I've been here for like 10 years almost. And there's a lot the biggest minority here is the Turkish people. They've been here for like some there was for 6 years, third generation already that people moved. I mean, now there's a new generation. So it is based on like the Sibel is also like a character like with a migrant background from Turkey. So we know these people. Also, one of our authors. So
Wow, it's so nice to be with you again. And I'm off. I want to see Sarah.
And we're disappearing.
Wait a minute. You can have a quick chat with me, can't you? And Knut made a delicious cake just for you. You gotta find time for that.
We have to find time for cake.
All right, but only because Knut's cakes are always so delicious.
I love that. Okay. So, talk with you about this.
Have you seen Sarah?
You mean your Sarah? Just give her a call.
Oh, I've already talked to her.
I don't want to do that. I want to surprise
you again.
Sorry.
Okay. Is there a way to go get cake?
Yeah, I think you should do.
Let's talk to
Actually, I think models and thin actors are beautiful. Is that silly of me?
No, it's not silly. We find beautiful what we find beautiful, but we also learn what we ought to find beautiful. You rarely see fat models, and everywhere it says we should diet.
Yep.
So how do we change that?
Yes.
More curvy models?
Well, that's one way. Many different bodies should be shown everywhere so that not just one type of body is considered normal or beautiful.
1000%.
Everyone should be allowed to feel beautiful.
Oh, another card.
Well, I
There we
don't know.
go.
I don't always find myself beautiful, but I like my hair, for example.
Oh.
Do you consider yourself normal?
No.
Do you mean whether I find my body normal? I don't care whether it's normal or not. I like it very much now. Do you like your body?
There we go.
I don't know. Maybe. Well, I have a feeling that I do look okay, but sometimes there are some things that I don't like.
I really love that these are like ways to prompt certain conversations. Like, I would love for my niece when she's like older and stuff like that, because she's 8. But I would love for her to sit down and play this, like, and play it with her, because it's a really cool way to like broach certain conversations that you may not think of like how to get into them otherwise, but they're still very important to have.
Yeah, I mean that was the idea. I think so we are also. I mean this episode is more talking about body and not being ashamed and being proud.
Yeah.
But most of the time also like we also talk about a bit more sexuality later on, different kind of sexualities, but also like safer sex and stuff. So
amazing.
So it's like these are conversations that are like sort of difficult to have sometimes if you're a teenager yourself, or if you're like a parent to yourself, like that you don't know how to listen, talk to, or you're like an aunt or an uncle that if you don't know how to talk to the teenagers, this is a great way to find out.
It's a good tool for that. So this isn't out yet, right?
No.
Okay. When do you have a plan of when it's supposed to come out?
Soon, because it's ready.
Oh,
I mean, we don't. Yeah. I mean, we do have it on the App Store right now. We just want to. We didn't have a PC version of it.
Okay.
So we just are finishing. So really soon. We've been
We
working.
all know how that is. We always see bodies that are.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No
just
idea.
click through it because there's a lot.
Okay, we'll keep going.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's ready. It's just getting the PC version then, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We do have a browser version that we use in workshops.
Okay.
So then you can also skip through the chapters, and then you can play the mini games that are more like emphasizing, like reinforcing what we were trying to convey before.
Yeah, because I think I saw some of them in the trailer that we were watching earlier, like even just the acronym for LGBTQIA and kind of like matching what's the word to the letter and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yes,
Which
yes.
is great.
Yes.
I have some straight friends who I think I need to just get them that mini game and be like, no, come on, come here. You're gonna learn this, right?
Yeah.
That's so cool. And even I saw the sliders when it comes down to certain customizations and stuff like that, which is really cool.
Yes, that's also, I think we start on the second chapter.
Okay,
I don't know if we have time for it, but like
I don't think we'll get there. Great, I play this.
Yeah.
Which is explore everything.
Yeah.
And who gets to tell who's normal?
There's so many different bodies,
I love
but only some are considered beautiful, healthy, and sexy. We pretend that they are normal, and we crack mean jokes about all the others. For example, people make fun of fat people and think they should be ashamed of their bodies.
Oh, well, I also get teased a lot. People make fun of me and call me Beanpole.
Well, I think it's generally nonsensical to comment on other people's bodies like that, but it's not the same. Fat people.
Okay.
Not.
Yes.
Look at the little card.
You're almost done.
It's all good. It's very interesting. Okay, so let's maybe
You shouldn't feel ashamed.
We will move through some of this.
Through them so that we
wish
can
it was-
see a little bit of the rest.
Yes.
Word.
I will want to go through this myself.
So
because
that-
again, this is just it's
I
really
understand what you
cool.
mean.
Hiding. I don't think I've shown you the shirt yet.
What's that on?
Yes,
Oh,
for more
justice for all bodies.
Isn't Kuno treated like everyone else?
Well,
oh my goodness.
Who's got to hide?
I like the
many
little
queer people today
rainbow
still
floating
don't
thing.
dare to live. Well,
excellent.
You.
Oh, like it really does touch on a lot of
And they call-
relatable topics.
Okay, then. Yeah, then you can see, you can interact with other things finally. Yeah,
Oh, new content. Guest workers. Whoa, okay, cool.
So
I'm not going to read all of this right
No,
now,
no,
but
no.
this is cool.
You don't need to.
No, but it becomes in the notes. That's a really cool way to do that. And then there was also queer. Oh, sweet. So you get to add that. Oh my God. That's amazing. Oh, so cool.
Yeah.
So then I can, yeah.
How long will it?
Oh, wait.
Yes, sounds exciting. Are you actually going to the?
Of course I am.
Yeah, solidarity.
Oh yeah, of course.
And then we get another note. Oh, amazing. Okay, excellent. I love this. Oh, this is so cool.
Yeah, now I think you finally get to play the magnet game. There.
Okay, cool. This will probably be what we finish on, but nonetheless. Oh my God, there's so many. A dollar. Okay, we know that goes there.
G.
We know that one. Where is?
Q for queer.
What do we have? Oh my God, there's so many. Quota. I would have fun just playing around with some of these, just to be like, I'm creating my own new thing.
T as in
fun. Inclusion, thoughtful. Come on, there we go.
B for.
I love. Okay. I know my other one's back here. There we go.
I as in.
No, normally it's
A for asexual.
Oh no! What? Try to say.
No, that's true.
Okay. Then what did
I think you just have to press this thumbs up thing.
I was like, but I thought if I don't get this right, I'm going to get my card revoked. There's no such thing, but you know what I mean. Amazing. Ooh. Okay, and then we get to talk about all of that in here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think then after this last thing, we are finished with the first episode. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, buddy.
So here Kerem is talking about Turkey, because we didn't want to think like, okay, Berlin is like the queer wonderland. There are other places that are like that are safe. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay. I think, oh my God. Kerem, no. Oh, I love that we get to teach him too. All right, so I think this conversation with Kerem is where that's best to leave off for this today. How can we best follow more information on Sibel's journey and how we can access it?
We have now we have it on Steam, it's gonna come out soon. We also have it on the app stores, but it's not really, you can't really play this game on a phone, so it's better to play on tablets.
That is so fair. Well, thank you so much. This was fantastic. And I can't wait to share this actually with my family and make them do this. It's a great tool for education. It really is. So, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Parker and Serenade, for that awesome segment. Such an awesome and meaningful story of self-discovery and growth. Let's see. Up next, we have Haven by the Game Bakers. Two lovers who gave up everything and escaped to a lost planet to be together. Glide through the mysterious landscape and explore a fragmented world and fight against what's trying to tear them apart in this RPG adventure about love, rebellion, and freedom. Take a look at some of the honorable mentions before joining Morgan Evans, the community manager at the Game Bakers, and the professional streamer Jeff Brutlag.
Do you believe in love? Mystery Man. That's a good one, Vic.
Am I your rival? Entertain me. Oh!
What cruelty! The greatest dating show in the universe!
Do you really think that I fell head over heels the first time I saw you?
I know I fell head over heels the first time I saw you.
Oh, okay. You just like my looks then.
I have a feeling there's no right answer.
Then don't answer.
Love stories always end badly.
Ours doesn't.
No, not ours. But ours isn't a story. It's even better. It's real life.
At worst, I kill them.
Whoa, you.
What? If that's what it takes not to go back, I'll do it. Kill them
steal their ship.
You're seriously not considering.
Maybe not. Maybe I am.
Come on, strip. You played and you lost.
I demand another chance.
When I was up there, I realized something. I don't know if we'll end up at the bottom of a crevasse one morning, or torn to shreds by a beast that was too big for us to handle. But I know that I never want to be away from you again.
How do I seal this deal?
Kiss.
Are we live? Are we here? Oh my god, your cat ear headphones. Those are stunning.
Thank you so much, Jeff.
Oh my god. Welcome. Hello. How are you doing?
Doing very well. How about yourself?
I'm doing all right. Got my coffee. It's the morning for me, so this is my first event of the day, so I'm chilling and sipping, and it's nice.
Yeah, likewise on the East Coast. So I'm kind of
nice.
I'm still waking up at maybe 1 p.m., but that's morning for me.
I like the way you think. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself for everybody?
Hi, everybody. My name is Morgan Evans. I'm the community manager for the Game Bakers. I use he, him pronouns, and I am so excited to be here.
Oh my god, I'm so excited to be here with you. My name is Jeff Brutlog. I'm a Twitch partner here, and I also do write. Play a lot of fantasy games, horror games, a lot of really weird games, and I do love me some queer representation in gaming. So I'm very excited to see this. I've seen people play it a little bit, and I'm really excited actually to jump into it. So love this already.
Yeah, the couples update was a really fun thing for our studio to work on, and you can play as male, female, female, female. You can do really whatever you want. It's a lot of fun.
I love that. I just being able to feel like you're kind of represented in some way, feel like you can be in this story as well, I think is really neat. Let's see here.
Yeah, we like to say there's room on Source for everybody.
The default one. Yeah, I love that. So I'm curious because this is I was reading a little bit of the synopsis of the story, and this feels like we're going to a new planet. We're leaving ours behind. What kind of inspired this story?
Well, Haven is all about the freedom to love who you choose and the choice to claim that freedom for yourself. So it really is about two people choosing to escape together and choosing one another and choosing to build a new life together on a alien, strange planet.
Oh my god, that just feels like the love story for for a generation. Who else would you want to go to another planet with other than the love of your life?
I know, right? And then you can make some apple juice together.
Oh. No. So I'm curious as well. Was there any sort of inspiration for this as far as did you pull from other sources of media or personal experiences? I know for me when I create things in writing, I always I definitely pull from my own life experiences and things I've gone through. So I'm curious.
Yeah. So Emmerich Thoa and Audrey LaPrince were the creative leads on this project, and they really pulled from some of the media they love. You'll see a lot of anime inspirations in Haven as well as in all of our other games. You'll see inspirations from comics like Saga, that kind of weird sci-fi with a very particular aesthetic. We really try to bring in a lot of really interesting sci-fi elements in Haven, which I think is what makes it so fun, as well as a really cozy romance. Something that the video really focused on is not the beginning or the ending of a romance, because we've seen that play out 100 times. Haven is really all about the middle. It's about being with your partner. It's about that everyday life.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty rare. You don't normally see something like that. You always see, like you said, you see the build up, you see the middle, you see the happily ever after, but this is so different. So as far as coming up with situations of okay, you're a couple now that's on this new planet. You probably don't know too much about this planet. You're coming from a planet that had its own rules and everything. What kind of went into the brainstorming of how these situations were gonna take place?
Oh, yeah. So I wasn't actually here for a lot of that brainstorming.
Got it.
But one of the things that I love about these two characters is just what you
Oh,
talked
neat.
about, is that they are on an alien planet that they've never explored before. They didn't even know it existed before they arrived on Source. And
Okay.
I think it's really fun that both of our main characters are scientists in one way or another. We have a botanist and an engineer. And so I
Perfect.
really think that shapes their perspective on this new planet, which is something I really enjoy.
Oh yeah, for sure. So then I did see that you're the community manager for the game. So what's been something you've really enjoyed getting to work on for the game?
Oh gosh. I mean, getting to work on it's just the amazing community we have for Haven. Haven has such a devoted community it is incredibly active in creating fan art and fan fiction even after the game's release. And
Mm.
we're actually right in the middle of our Season of Pride Community Week this week. So we have a
Oh.
bunch of exciting things coming up. We're going to be having a stream with the world record holder for the Haven speedrun tomorrow. We have a lot of fan art competitions coming up. And
Oh my
today,
god.
we just launched the Haven art book as a digital DLC. So if you haven't seen that before, be sure to check that out on Steam.
Oh my god, I love art books. That'll be so fun.
Oh god, the concept art for this game is absolutely stunning. The creature designs are my favorite.
Oh my god, I can't wait to see some of them. I saw a little bit in the trailer, and I thought those are really neat. Fan fiction. Oh my gosh, that's how much fan fiction have you gotten to read now as getting to work on this?
I don't want to embarrass myself here, Jeff. Can I plead the fifth? Am I allowed?
This time.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
That's so good. That's so cool. I love the idea of like an art contest, and that's super cool. What other like ways have you gotten the community to engage with the game?
Oh gosh, another thing we have later this week is Haven takes place over a series of these beautiful islands. You'll find yourself in different biomes and different areas. You can see we're on the very first island in the game right now. And people have basically made a home for themselves on Source. So we have a GeoGuessr competition coming up later this week where people will try to identify islands by sight alone. Yeah.
It's crucial. What? Okay, I need to know a little bit more how this is going to work, because I love GeoGuessr. I've played that several times on stream, but like, how does that work here? I'm so curious.
Oh yeah, so we're gonna do kind of like a Kahoot thing. It's called a Blue-Kit, and we're gonna have a whole Discord event. We're all gonna be on our phones, and based on the clues we're gonna present you with, you're gonna try to see if you can identify which island you were looking at.
Oh, this will really test the fans on how well they know this game.
Yeah, we've done it before in the past, but we've never done it live before. So we're very excited to see if people can perform under pressure.
Well, that will be quite a sight to behold. I can say that much. Oh my gosh, I'm having a lot of fun. This is so cool, just being able to just like drift around this place. Fly around.
Yeah, we really love Haven is so much about that kind of like vibey feeling. The movement is so central to the game, just being able to like flow from place to place. That's why we call all the flow threads, because you're just flowing around.
It is really neat. Oh my gosh. Sorry, birds. Do you know if there are like any specific sort of like worlds that kind of inspired this one? Because like I don't know that I've really seen anything like this one. This is really cool.
Yeah, I don't think there is any specific world that inspired this. Our concept designers and our world designers were really trying to create something that felt very new and very romantic. In the area you're in right now, the Blue Hills, we really wanted this to feel like kind of a safe area. It's the place where you first start out. It's supposed to feel kind of cozy and homey. Aww.
Oh. Little kissy moment. Aww.
Little kissy moment.
Aww. I missed where I was supposed to go.
Oh, well, I mean, you're just meant to explore. Hey, where do you think
I'm doing
you want to go?
I want to go everywhere.
Yeah.
Ready. Also, my cat's decided to join us, so welcome, Smokey.
Oh, welcome, Smokey. We love a guest.
Yeah, he's a very needy boy. So when he realizes that I'm talking to somebody else, he's like, "What are you doing? I need to be here for that."
That makes sense. And he also has to compete with Luna from Sailor Moon on your microphone.
Well, you know, he basically is my little Luna, except if Luna was a little needier.
Aww.
I absolutely love it. Okay, so heard you mention a speed run. What is the fastest like speed run of this game so far then?
Yeah, so Nicole Goodnight is the current world record holder. I believe she's gotten her speed run down to 55 minutes at this point.
55 minutes. And then so how long is the average runtime for this game then?
Average runtime of this game is like around it's not an overlong game. We really try to keep the experience short and sweet. I think my playtime was around 20 hours, and I really took my time.
20 hours. Okay. But I love that though, because like again, these are two people that like you're exploring a whole love story with them. So like I want 20 hours of like their spats and like their little ticks. And I saw like one little moment in the trailer when I was looking this up on Steam where it got me so off guard. It was like, but I laughed about it where he's like, "Can you turn on the light?" And she's like, "Okay, now we're gonna no something about like, oh, now we're gonna talk about." And he's like, "I was just gonna turn on the light. I just wanted you to turn on the light. That's all I wanted to do." So like, I love this idea that we're gonna just see these two like, and the holding hands. Oh my god.
Yeah.
There's so
That's
much
one thing
about
I
this.
really love about Haven is that like it is a very realistic interpretation of a relationship. Everything is not always smooth, and I think it's really important for us as queer people to be able to see real queer relationships, some things that are messy sometimes.
Yeah, messy, and then away from your home planet, because like it's you take your issues with you.
No matter where you go,
your relationship struggles with you. They don't go away. Yeah.
No, you might have enough flow to go back and recharge the nest by now, so you might be able to just go back up to your spaceship.
Got it. Okay. Do you? I don't know how many like characters we're gonna get introduced to. Where is the ship? Oh my god.
We were too slow.
What do you mean? I was so fast. I don't know what you're saying. Is there a character or like a creature in particular that you enjoy the most?
I mean, it's got to be Oink, right? Like, I mean, come on. Yeah,
a precious little bean.
Everyone
oh my
has
god.
a bias, and it's usually Oink.
That's precious.
Oh yeah. He was originally just planned to be an enemy in the game, and then partway through development, we realized, no, he needs to be our pet and our friend because he is the best.
You can't see. Yeah, that's the thing too about sci-fi fantasy. You always see your little pet, like little creatures, where you're like, I can't fight you. Like I know I have to progress, but like also, I don't wanna. So like that's what a integral part of the development process, I feel.
Oh, absolutely.
Did you get to kind of weigh in on like how any of the creatures got to look, or like any of like the design sort of elements of the game?
Unfortunately, I came in as a fan of Haven before
I was. No way!
Oh yeah, this is one of the main reasons that I was drawn to the game makers, because it's you just kind of hear about Haven as such a nice positive representation of queer folks and queer relationships, and I mean that just made me feel so safe in the studio.
I love that. So what did that process look like for you then? Because you said you went from fan of game to now working on the game. So how did that work out for you? Like what was the process like?
Oh, I mean, it's basically been I'm like a kid in a candy shop. Like, yeah, we released the art book, but I was also able to leaf through the concept sketches myself. So past me is very jealous of current me. Yeah.
Oh, that's fun. I mean, like getting to like live out like a dream of yours though. So it's got to be so fun and fulfilling. I love that.
Do you think this is gonna last?
Yeah, it's really meaningful. It's great to work for the game makers.
Assumption in check. No, I meant us here.
Oh.
Do we have to talk about this?
Oh. I guess we're gonna have to at some point. This feels like this kind of what I'm loving about this is like you're on this planet with just your significant other, and like you kind of can't avoid any issues. It's just the two of you. So I like this idea like that you're getting to these points where you're like you have to make some grown-up decisions.
Yep. It's hard to grow up. I mean, a large part of the game is like you are doing this romantic fantasy of running away with your one true love. How does that romantic fantasy play in with reality?
Yeah. That. Yeah, that's the thing. Like for me, when it comes to sci-fi like this, I like being able to kind of see myself in it in some level.
Yeah.
Like there's definitely some sci-fi worlds where I think they're really cool, where like there's so much going on, but sometimes I'm like, I don't know how I fit into there, and that's fine. But like, I don't know if it's for me. But I like that this is so like there are probably going to be so many different situations where you might see yourself as one of the partners or the other partner, and then that kind of drives the story forward for you, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and it's so fun to be able to see the same story from both of their perspectives at the same time. You really get to get into both of their heads, which is really fun.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Is there a character you related to a little more than the other, perchance?
Ooh, I do think I usually fall more in line with you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any traits in particular? We're getting the nitty gritty here. Are there any traits in particular you're like, that's the one, or like a moment in the game where you're like, that's me?
I think you has kind of this realistic optimism, and Kay is far more of a pragmatist.
Okay. You know what? I feel that. I am constantly like a little bit head in the clouds, like not quite all the way there, but I'm very much like, I want things to be so ideal. And sometimes I need someone to be like, well, Jeff, let's maybe figure that out a little bit. Oh my God. And then the way that this is so cute.
Oh yeah, I love the nest.
I gotta know, is there like a space in the office that kind of looks like this?
Gosh, I wish there was. No, I mean, this is the fantasy, right? You do want a couch with string lights over it.
Oh, for sure. For sure. This is where you have like the comfiest of queer chats.
Oh yeah.
Time to go to bed.
If you say so.
If you say so.
Mm-hmm.
My God.
I do love their little library. It's one of my favorite things.
Wait, where?
Oh, you'll be able to find that in the bedroom.
Okay. Library. Oh! Like whoa, that. Talk about space efficiency. I mean, for real.
Mm-hmm. Space efficiency in space.
In space.
All right.
Let's talk about it.
There you go.
The moment.
Yeah, the moment.
The tension you must have to feel when you're just constantly with your partner. Like, don't get me like the idea of it sounds so fun. But in practicality, this is what it is. You want to just do a simple thing, and they're like, I'm gonna get angry about everything. Because we're like with each other all the time.
Oh yeah, there's no escaping.
No escape. So I'm curious then, like, what if Haven is a game that you really, really loved? What other types of games do you like playing?
Oh, I mean, I have very eclectic taste. I do love a sci-fi game, a game set in space, and I love. Gosh, wow, I am stereotypical, huh? I like dating simulators and games set in space. Wow, okay, that's just Haven.
Okay, yeah.
I got to examine that. I got to think about that now after the stream. Okay.
There might be a little bit of a realization you're having about it, for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
about your
it's a
taste.
queer
It's
stream.
okay.
We're going to have realizations, right? Like,
come on.
Sometimes you just say things, and then I'm like, well, now that's out there in front of an audience.
How about you, Jeff? What are your normal selections?
I am very much into, so Final Fantasy was like the game series that opened my eyes to like the beauty of gaming. Like I just remember like I had played games before that, but then right when I played Final Fantasy, it was Final Fantasy VIII that I played for the first time. And I just remember being a little 6-year-old just like, whoa, this is so pretty. And then from then on, I did a lot of RPGs. I really like horror, so like Silent Hill is like one of my favorites now. Very story driven anymore. I just love seeing like good characters and development there, and a really fun. I just think games can tell a story in a way that like you just can't get anywhere else.
Oh yeah, and Haven definitely evolved that way. It was going to be a little bit more. Well, we always planned to have the narrative at the heart of the game, and it just became, because the story between these two is so strong, it really defined the course of development.
Oh, for sure. I have to imagine, yeah, because like you have to build these characters over like you said, like about a 20-hour period of time where you're with them so much and you see so many different scenarios with them. Like, and again, I think it's so cool that you get to see them like in the middle of their relationship because there's so much about that like middle of that relationship that is so, I think, integral to maintaining one.
Oh yeah.
To the point where like seeing it in this setting, I think can really kind of reach outside of the screen and be like, hey, do you feel represented in this moment? Kind of a thing.
Absolutely. Also, it's very funny that you mentioned loving Final Fantasy. The character designer, the person who designed UNK, Koyorin, we actually found them from their Final Fantasy fan art, and we were so blown away by that and the rest of their artistic portfolio. So there is definitely a lineage there. Yeah.
Oh my god, I love that. I mean, I can easily see like I can see these characters like making a little Final Fantasy cameo. So
oh yeah, absolutely.
It really makes a lot of sense.
Hey, wow. Squeenix, hit us up. We're down.
Well, one of them's watching for sure. They have to be tuning into this.
Of course.
Yeah, no, I could totally just like see myself just sitting back, holding hands.
You think that's impressive? Fly too.
Flying through this. This is so calming. And then there's something about space fashion that I always find really fun.
Absolutely.
So like, have there been any cosplayers and things too? I have to imagine.
Oh yeah, our cosplay community is absolutely impressive. I mean, the way they're able to so faithfully recreate these costumes blows me away.
Yeah, the creativity that you have to have behind that, like, is I can't even imagine. There's so many cosplays I would want to do. Like, I would absolutely wear these outfits. Are you for real?
Are you kidding? I want the flow boots so bad. Look at them.
They're so fierce. Look at those.
Mm-hmm.
And the way you strut in them.
Absolutely.
That is so fierce.
We just need more clothes that glow.
Why aren't there more clothes that glow?
Mm-hmm.
Should be more of that.
Agreed. And the fashion process was really interesting because when we were redesigning the protagonist for the couples update, and we were doing their gender swapped versions, it was funny. Koyorin tried different versions that were like the costumes a little bit farther away, and basically it just ended up that the costumes that were originally designed fit the characters so well that we ended up coming in very close to their original costume designs.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah. Because I feel like I'm noticing the little bit of similarities there for sure. I love that. Ooh.
Yeah.
It's shaking a lot.
Because of your love.
Because of their love, yeah. That's absolutely it.
Love so strong it's shaking the whole planet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. That's the one thing too about like leaving, your home planet to go somewhere with the love of your life is that, the planet is going to have its own planetary struggles.
Naturally. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow. What would you do in this situation? I'm curious.
Cry? I don't know.
That's a good answer.
Worry about the trout population?
Where are my trout?
Where are my trout?
Oh no.
Anything broken?
Wow. Okay, so because this is so like focused on like sci-fi and things, like if you were to be like, hey, we got to go to another planet.
Yeah.
What planet do you think you'd want to go to?
Ooh, like from are we talking real life planets? We're talking planets.
Just go any planet. Who needs to limit it? Any planet.
I mean, probably Coruscant from Star Wars. That would probably be my go-to. Like just an Ecumenopolis, just a giant city. I'd love that.
Oh, I think that'd be great.
We can such as I don't know.
I'm thinking of some from Mass Effect.
Ooh, which one?
Oh my god, it's been so long since I played it. I remember it was the one with the one where Liara's from.
Okay.
I just remember like it seemed a little like bougie, and I'm like, I can dabble in a little bit of bouge. And then there was like a little bit of an announcement of them being like, yeah, I got my scalp done. And I went, oh, what would it be like to get my scalp done?
It would be interesting. A different sensation, I imagine, than a barber trip, right? Yeah.
A little bit. So if you were to like end up in this situation where you are now on a new planet and you're gonna like kind of make a life for it, like what would you do? Like how would you make this kind of tailored to what you would want to see in a world?
Ooh, I mean, very similar to you and Kay, I would try to find string lights to put up. I mean, that would be my priority number one. I was a Boy Scout in my youth, so my mind instantly goes to like, where am I finding the potable water? I gotta find shelter, you know?
Okay.
They have the nest, so they already have shelter covered. They have water covered. I think I agree with their focus on food. I think it's great that they have so many unique dishes.
Yeah, you know, the idea of like trying to like create kind of a some fun stuff off of I don't know that I heard, if anything, like is this stuff that's like native to this planet that they're cooking?
Yeah, so they forage for all their own food, and then they actually start to grow a garden together in some of the later parts of the game.
Oh, that's so gay.
It's so gay. Yeah, put you gays together. They're gonna garden.
Going to a whole different planet to garden. I love that. So I'm curious, since we're approaching the end of our time, I want to know, since you're a huge fan of this game, I'm curious, like, what is something that you hope that fans take away from this experience?
I mean, I think it is the determination to fight for who you love. I think that is so important, and it's the choice that you and Kay made, is to fight for each other and fight for their love, and I hope other people take that with them and choose to make that choice as well.
I think that's really nice. Yeah. I think, you know, we get, you know, there's a lot of being able to just like fight to just be able to just to have, you know, queer relationships in general, to the point where like I like being able to see a game where it is actually about the relationship as opposed to just like being able to be like, we're here, we're queer, like, and you know, that's I love stories like that too, because they're very empowering. But like I think being able to see this kind of like slice of life in a whole different planet as well, being able to like see how these relationships can build and just like getting to revel in queer joy, I think is so powerful and so radical.
Hard agree.
Oh.
Queer joy? What are you talking about?
Well, he was really, really happy and crying. That's what it was. I love that. This has been, I really, really enjoy seeing this game. I love the art. I admittedly have been a little divided in my attention, so I've been focusing more on what you have to say more than what's going on in the game. But given like what I have played, I very much would play this game, want to explore what goes on with them, and I will try to factor it in my streaming schedule pretty soon, because I feel like
Oink! There he is!
The mushrooms on its back. Looks like
oh my god, he's beautiful.
Is that good news?
Was it intentional that he was going to be the bi pride flag colors?
It was not. It just worked out so well.
Because he's giving bi pride, and I love that.
He's giving bi pride. Bisexual king, oink.
I love that. So why don't you also let people know where they can find Haven?
Absolutely. You can find us at The Game Bakers on any platform you like. We're on Blue Sky, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, TikTok. Find us. We have a bunch more wonderful events just like this coming later in the week. And thank you so much for watching our Haven stream. And Jeff, thank you so much for being a wonderful presenter and having so much fun with the game.
I couldn't dream of doing anything else with my time right now. So yeah, thank you so much everybody for tuning in. I appreciate it. If you enjoyed me, I'm at twitch.tv/JeffRootlog, and also Jeff Rootlog on all social platforms. Thank you for tuning in with us and hanging out in a whole new planet with us. Stick around because we got more chats coming your way.
Thank you so much, Jeff and Morgan. That session was a hoot, and the game is not only gorgeous, but immersive. And I love that y'all talked about focusing on the mundane of the relationship, that, you know, that middle part of the relationship that we really don't get a lot of games about. You know, there's always the beginning. Sometimes there's like the tragic end, but that sweet middle, Loved it. Remember, folks, you can grab Haven on the Season of Pride Steam sale that is going on right now until November 27th. So definitely check out the link to the Season of Pride Steam sale and grab a copy. Earlier, we drew a lucky winner for a key for the game. Congratulations to Non-Binary Nyan. Non-Binary Nyan, if you can message IGDA on Twitch, that would be fantastic. We'll send you that code. Again, if you're coming from another stream, because we're streaming to several channels, just go to twitch.tv/IGDA and message the IGDA mod there, and we'll get you that code ASAP. So congratulations and have fun with the game. It looks amazing. I am looking forward to playing it myself. Next on the showcase list, we have Kitsune Tales by Kitsune Games. This one is on my super cute list as well. Run, jump, and dash across the land inspired by Japanese mythology and untangle the love triangle between three young women on a journey of self-discovery. Explore the complicated relationships between Kitsune and humans through this classic platforming action game. Taking the stage next is Parker, our very own pro streamer and IGDA director of operations and events, alongside Aniko Fox, creative director at Kitsune Games. But first, let's watch a few more honorable mention trailers.
Finally gave you your first mission.
I can just tell that it's going to be full of new friends, adventures, and delicious foods.
I was hoping that we could go to the spring dance together.
It does sound kind of fun when you put it that way.
The next dance belongs to me.
My childhood friend Kiri kidnapped my sort of girlfriend, Ako, out of jealousy. But don't worry, I'm going to rescue Ako.
Either she is your girlfriend or she isn't. It is not complicated.
with Kiri instead? She's so pretty and such a bad girl!
I suppose sometimes love blinds even the best of us.
You hurt someone I care about, and now it's time for payback!
Okay, did I do it right this time? We can hear me. I didn't accidentally mute myself. I see dancing behind the screen, so I think I'm fine. Hi.
Hello.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going pretty good.
I'm so excited to play this. I'm not gonna lie. I was testing it out a little bit, and for this reason, I pulled out my controller now.
Yeah.
Because I forget I suck at these things with that one. So this is where we're at. But anyways, please introduce yourself before we get this party started.
Yeah, hi, I'm Eniko Fox. I am the creative director and founder of Kitsune Games, and we made this game.
And it just launched in like what, August?
Yeah, August 1st.
Oh my god. So it's only been a few months, but the reception of it's been like insanely positive, hasn't it?
Yeah, we hit like, well, they changed it on Steam, but we hit overwhelmingly positive in like the first week. I wasn't sure if we were going to hit it because we hit it like an hour before the first week was up, but we did.
But you
so we
did.
got like 500 reviews. Yeah, it was nice.
That's incredible. That is, oh, I love that for you guys. Okay, so I started playing, but I figured we're gonna start from the beginning because I actually also didn't get that far, and I wasn't using a controller, so I like having options. Just gonna stick with the normal stuff here, but also the beginning of this is so cute with like the voice acting and stuff. So I was like, oh.
Kiddo, your mom and I heard you were given your first messenger
I love
assignment.
the
We couldn't be prouder.
the pictures of the people, the little. I'm losing words already today. That's not a good sign.
On your first grand adventure,
But like,
you'll encounter many new things.
especially when you get to look at you.
Even be dangerous.
Oh,
You'll do great. Just remember to enjoy the journey.
And if someone punches you, you punch them right back.
that is the best advice you could ever get.
Sorry that we couldn't see you off. But
Oh my
as
God.
a messenger yourself now. Love, Mom and Dad.
Adorable.
This postcard is enchanted to let us all communicate.
I love that
It's
as a
great, kiddo.
concept. So where did you get, like, obviously this is all, there's a lot of like ties to Japanese mythology with Kitsune, and I noticed the Torii gates through here and a lot of like the art in the background. What else did you pull from to create this game?
Well, you know, it has some like subtle Mario influences.
Oh yeah. yeah, sure, subtle, okay.
Yeah. We also I put a lot of Mystical Ninja for the SNES. It's like one of my all-time favorite games, and I love the music. So the music is very much. I told our composer Jorge Saldias, I told him like make it sound like this, and he just like he nailed it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Time flies when you have good
But
company.
like, look, who's done the character art? Because I love these so much.
That's Serena. She's
Okay.
our character artist.
Oh, because like, look at her. Look
really
at Yuzu.
makes me
So cute. I love.
Does?
About how if I don't
So do you have
hurry,
like a
I
passion
won't
then
have
for the
time to
Japanese
pack enough boiled
mythology, and
eggs
that's
for the
what
trip?
turned you to create this game, or what? Talk to me about.
Oh, it's a big topic.
But I really need to get going.
I majored in Japanese in college, and I spent
really?
I spent 6 months living in Japan and studying at university there.
What university did you go to?
Shindai.
Okay.
That's in Nagano Prefecture.
Okay.
The human world is really
Um,
in the realms of gods and spirits.
I forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah, so I was in Kyoto. I was at Fushimi Inari Taisha, which is like the big shrine with like all of the gates.
Yep.
And,
I went there a bit over a year ago now, and I hate that walk. I nearly died on those steps.
Yeah. I tried to get all the way up to the top, but I didn't.
Listen, I messaged a friend at one point and I was like, if I don't return, please assume that I died on these steps. This is where my body is now. Please remember me fondly.
Send a rescue helicopter.
Right?
But anyway, I was there and I saw like this table full of like fox charms, and I was considering buying one, and I decided not to. And I turned around and there was like one of those fox statues that they have there, just staring me right in the face. I was like, fine, I'll buy one. And that's actually the logo for our game studio now. So that's kind of how it all got started. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Oh, I was like, can I? Spiky dudes. Sorry, when I played this the first time, the spiky dudes got me, and I was not happy. Oh god. Fine. Sorry, I'm gonna apologize in advance if there is yelling.
Oh, that's fine.
Because I panic. That is how this goes. Okay, so that's amazing. So your time in Japan definitely would have had such an influence and become such a cool way to do this. I love it. I love it.
Wow, there's some fly amanita mushrooms just outside that cave. Oh my god!
How long? So how long were you working on this
All
then?
the poison out. Like
Oh god, we started. So we launched Super Bernie World in March 2020.
Okay.
And that's
Great time.
We went from that into this. We basically concepted this in like May.
Okay.
And then production started, I think, like October or something, like maybe summer that year. So we basically worked on it for 4 years.
Nice. Amazing. Oh my god. So it's gotta feel good to have this be out and in the world now.
Yeah, it feels very good to, be done.
What a novel concept.
Yeah.
Oh my
Nobody
goodness.
told me when you make a game, you have to make the whole thing.
Yeah, no, spoilers, unfortunately. Ooh, he is not a mushroom. Ooh, sir, no! Rude. Who are you? I'm in danger. Oh my goodness. Is there any other, like, references to Japanese mythology that you were excited to include in this game?
There's lots of, like, references to, like, yokai, like Japanese ghosts and demons.
Yep.
So this guy is definitely not the only one.
You're so cute.
I feel dizzy.
Also, if you notice, like, we have, like, the audience at the bottom and, like, the curtains at the top. That's because it's, those come out during cutscenes, and we have, like, the ropes for the dialogue, and it's kind of like, I forget the word. One of those Japanese theater shows.
Yeah.
Totally blanking.
My brain's saying kabuki, but that's a specific type. But it's like, yeah. I studied theater. You'd think I'd know this, but
between someone who studied theater and someone who studied Japanese, we figured it out.
Well, we're good.
We should go to my shop.
Actually, I kind of have to
finish
wonder
recovering.
if I still have. It's gonna seem really weird as I reach into the plants. So I have this little guy actually from the Fushimi Inari.
Oh, nice.
Shrine. Just a little. He had a fortune in him too. I don't know where I put that though, because it's no longer with him.
He's just a little guy.
It's just a little guy. That was the problem when I went to Japan. There was a lot of just little guys that I decided had to come home with me. So.
There are a lot of little guys in Japan.
My addiction to gachapo machines is real, and my partner had to stop me on numerous occasions. It became a problem.
Yeah. Relatable.
You're welcome. What's your name, anyhow?
I'm Yuzu, a Kitsune.
It's wonderful to meet you, Yuzu. I'm Ako.
Oh, Ako.
Wow.
Yuzu, why are you so cute? Oh my god. Baby.
Easy, Yuzu. Even with magic, your body still needs a little
Why are
time
you being
to heal.
so dramatic?
Maybe, but what I really
Oh yeah, that'll do it. That makes sense.
Food. Okay.
He's very food motivated.
A bowl of my famous
Listen, I
spicy
can't
ramen.
even blame her. So, oh, don't do this to me now. I want ramen. I'm easily swayed to wanting food. That is a frequent thing. Relatable.
That's something
Relatable.
that's something we notice with this scene, that every time someone streams it, everyone is like, God, I could go for some ramen.
But it's always so good. Or curry. Curry's the other one. That Japanese curry, I will kill for a good bowl of that. Like,
God, I haven't had any in so long. I need to make some.
Yes.
It's so
yes.
good.
It's so good. Healing ramen.
I wish that you could stay a little longer. Your visit
She's
is the
so
most exciting
lovely.
thing that's happened here.
Don't worry. This village is part of my route as one of Inari's messengers. So I'll be back in
She's so
2 shakes
sweet.
of a tail.
But yeah, I love how she becomes like if you lose. I always think of it in Mario terms. My brain thinks of Mario because I grew up playing Mario. And so with the, like when you would go down to like mini Mario, with this case, it's like mini Yuzu, but it's just like the fox.
Yeah.
Is like so cute.
It is very, very adorable.
Have there been talks of plushies? I need to know.
There have been talks of plushies, but so far nothing has really materialized yet, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
I would love to have like a Yuzu plushie or even a Kiri plushie. That would be amazing.
He's so fun.
That's not the point. You can't just
Yeah,
rush
I
ahead
love
without thinking,
the
Yuzu.
character designs are just so
I
cute.
was thinking that the cave mushrooms
But also even just like the background art, like how like the trees are and the color changes and like the overall color palette is
No,
just
I mean that you need to be careful.
so
and not
pretty
be so
and so
reckless.
lovely.
Yeah, our lead artist, Allison Chabet, she did a really amazing job on all of the pixel art.
Oh my god. Also, for everybody in chat, please exclamation point Kitsune, because then you get a chance to win this game, which is very exciting. So, all right. There we go.
That's not what I mean at all.
What do you mean then?
So do you have another game that you're working on next after this, or you've just taken a break from having worked on this for 4 years?
Okay.
We have plans.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're working on something. I can't say what it is yet. But
That's fine. That's fine. That's exciting though.
Be careful.
It's always nice when there's some like you have something on the horizon and whatnot. So I'm always careful. Famous last words.
That's the problem.
Oh my god, I love. Have there been cosplayers yet of the characters?
Not that I know of, unfortunately.
Okay, because
I would love to see that.
I will keep you posted. There's part of me that really wants to cosplay Yuzu just because, like, one, I normally have purple hair. Come on. Oh, that's not the direction I wanted. That's fine.
Well, the color almost matches.
Oh, I'm sure I have the dye. I may have even had a wig that I probably should have worn. So it's not impossible. Aha! Oh god. No! There we go. But look at this! We're so cute now. We were cute before, but now we can't get up there. Well, no, maybe we can. I'm really glad I'm playing this with the controller, though.
Yeah, it's the best way to play it.
Honestly, yeah. Because, I'm not normally good. Liz, it's fine. It's fine. It wouldn't.
It's fine. We'll edit it in post.
Well, post. It wouldn't be me if I didn't do literally the exact same stuff all over again.
I mean, so the nice part is you picked the. I like having options play style, but we knew that people would like who are very, very bad at platformers. Not saying you are, but people who are very, very bad at platformers would want to play through it for the story. So we added the play styles, and one the stroll playstyle, it just respawns you when you die where you died.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, and you can switch that at any time.
Yeah, I did notice that, which is like really sweet because bugs are fine. And I appreciate that as somebody who like I love games for their stories. That is to me the magical part of it all. Ooh, but I can go hello. So much easier through this.
Yeah, that's the benefit of little fox.
Benefit of small. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. We're doing fine. I admittedly will probably switch this to easier mode. No, I'm not gonna hit you. That just comes back to bite me. It's fine. I did this to myself. Oh my god. We're good. The problem is I also love being the little fox.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people say. It incentivizes you to get hit.
Yeah, it kind of does. Even just oh, we're good. I swear, I'm fine. This is perfectly normal. As my cat has decided to join me, sir. This is not the time for you. Okay, does not matter. It is apparently time for cat. Hi, small boy, tiny cat, tiny child. Why did you want to play? I don't think you're gonna do better than me. He's like, no, not really. I'm just here to lick. Meet Thanatos. This is my cat who loves to join on stream mostly because he is a gremlin.
He's a very cute gremlin.
Sorry?
He's a very cute gremlin.
He is, and that's how he gets away with murder. Isn't that right? Hi, sweet boy. Queer Indie Showcase featuring our cats, because that is definitely how this goes.
I mean, the funny thing is, my partner, who did all the writing, he like partially based Yuzu off of our cat.
Oh my god, for real? That's amazing.
Yeah. That's why she's so food motivated.
That is fair. One of my cats is food motivated. This one is not. He is, I don't know. He is just love and attention motivated. Sir, you make playing games very difficult. You know this, right? He's like, yeah, don't care. In his defense, though, he is only like 1 year old, so he is still just a baby.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Ooh,
unfortunately, I was 1 year old for like 8 years.
I totally get that. Oh my god. Okay. Whee! Huh. Okay, we're back to this point. It's fine. We're still better off than before. Fine.
Might be time for the other play style.
You know what? Yeah, you know what it is, but I also think that we are basically, out of time. So we're going to use that as the chime starts going loudly. So where can people find you to learn about this secret upcoming project, or just to learn more about Kitsune Tales and see more, especially if things come out, if cosplayers come out of the woodworks for this?
We are Kitsune Games on Blue Sky, and we are also Kitsune Games on Mastodon.social.
Amazing. And yeah, so I think there's been a giveaway. I believe Jake is going to announce who is. No, Kate, I think, is actually announcing who's winning that one in 2 seconds. But I'm very excited to continue playing this on the side, on the easier mode. Or I'm just gonna get good. It's one of the two. It just also wouldn't be me streaming if I didn't die several times. I have found ways to die in games you're not supposed to die in. So it's just how it goes sometimes.
Yep.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for creating such an absolutely fantastic game.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks so much, Parker and Echo. That brings us back so many memories of playing platformers growing up. I think we all have quite a lot of history in our childhood with that. Earlier, we drew a lucky winner for a Steam key. Congratulations, Catboy Kai. To get the key, send IGDA a whisper or a direct message on Twitch, and we'll get that code to you ASAP. Next in the showcase is Queer Quest, All in a Gaze work by Queermo Games. There's a naked bike ride blocking the road. Ryan's selfies suck. Stevie Hicks needs some tape for tucking. Oh, and your hot girlfriend is missing. Queer Quest is a classic point-and-click adventure game full of narrative puzzles, weird inventory items, and a whole lot of awkward acquaintances. Joining us next is Mo Cohen from Queermo Games alongside our streamer and producer Parker. But at first, a few trailers for the game so that you can't miss out on.
I like running around as a fox. Nature's better when you're a fox.
Novels, of course. My personal favorites are Austen and Eliot. I live to see the smiles of others. That includes yours.
Easy! I like to win.
My wife's mountain tongue.
I really love dinosaurs!
The mornings that Tommy and I eat breakfast together are my favorite.
Please be happy. Demo available now.
All right, I'm back as my cat leaves me. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Hello, Mo. How's it going?
Going all right, Parker. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Tell me about you. Who are you, and why have we brought you here today?
Oh yeah, my name is Mo. This is Pickle. She'll probably wander off at some point.
That's okay, love.
Yeah, I am a hobbyist game dev. I have a full-time job in tech, and in my side time for the last 8 years, I've been working on this game with the help of a lot of really awesome artists and a musician and lots of other folks.
Oh my God. Amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like if you ever played like Monkey Island or Queer. If you've ever played Queer Quest, you'll like Queer Quest. had a lot of coffee this morning. It's a point-and-click adventure game. It's really gay. If you like Leisure Suit Larry, this might tickle your fancy.
It's hilarious. We're gonna play a bit of it, but like I started playing some of it and it's just funny, and also a lot of the like narratives feel just very relatable. I also every time there's a content warning, I always feel compelled to make sure that people are aware and see it and stuff like that. We won't be getting into too much of it today, I don't think, but nonetheless.
Yeah, totally. I tried to write the content notice in a way where it would make people want to play the game more. Where it's
Even
like,
better.
oh, it has this, it has that. I want those things.
Yes, which I think is also a good way, because it's then like if content isn't for you, great, but like here's also how it's being presented, so it actually might be completely up your alley, as opposed to, oh my goodness, the music's also so fun. The cat keychain, oh my goodness. So what inspired you to create this?
So the backstory, it's kind of a couple different things inspired it. A long time ago, oh, bye Pickle, she doesn't like this story.
Bye Pickle, it's okay.
Like probably 10 years ago now or something, in Portland, Oregon, where I'm from, there was a protest where a queer couple had been assaulted, and so in response, the community all stood on a bridge and held hands. And at the time, my relationship with protest 10 years ago looked very different than it does now. It's ever evolving. But at the time I was like, that's silly. That doesn't create any change. I'll show you real change and I'll spend 8 years making a thing, which isn't the real lesson of the story. Everyone has their own versions of protest, but that's kind of what kicked off the like, oh, a video game as protest in my mind. But I didn't know how to program, and it was a very long journey to get from that moment to this moment.
Oh my god. So did you teach yourself or get taught, or what? How did
Yeah, it was a combination of things. I literally like worked in a coffee shop and was making video game latte art, and one day I like made like a Katamari Damacy latte, and I was like, why don't I learn to make video games instead of video game lattes? And it was like I decided to figure out how to learn, and I volunteered at like a place that refurbishes laptops and recycles batteries and stuff, and using that experience and the help of a friend, I got an internship at a tech company doing IT stuff, and that company was so nice and got me a mentor, so I learned programming on the job. So I like slipped in there, learned all this stuff for the sake of building this game. And it also helped afford this game very slowly, because paying people fairly over time is hard, but yeah, it's been a cool long journey.
That's so cool. It's really inspiring hearing devs who have been working on a game for like years and years and years, because they really are such a labor of love, like even more so because it's been so much of your blood, sweat, and tears over the years, and as you've evolved and grown as a human and whatnot. So so cool. I love that Lupe starts on the freaking lawn of all places. After a rough night. I also, because I played a little bit here, but like, what are your pronouns these days? I love the normalizing of asking that, because it does change for a lot of people on a semi-regular basis, especially if you're gender fluid, like I've identified as. So
no, absolutely. One of my secret kind of in jokes is that Lupe can ask anyone their pronoun, but Lupe never reveals Lupe's pronouns.
Of course. Lupe, you can be beyond pronouns. It's okay. You can be beyond gender. Hence I'm just going to stick with the same old, and there's really no real answer to that.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. I'm hungry. Oh, goodness. Actually, I'm hoping one of my guys in the back end can prompt the... we're going to be doing a giveaway for this, and I remember this specifically because the code word is nachos, because of what we're about to do. I'm very excited. It also made me want nachos when I played this the first time, so.
Yeah, absolutely. I've redone the nacho puzzle maybe 3 or 4 times with different levels of intensity of how precise and how many layers must the nachos have. It used to be like 10-step nachos. It was a little absurd.
That feels a bit excessive, yeah. That is fine for home, but maybe not in the video game.
Yeah.
Although, for me, nachos end up being, nachos. Which was always actually a silly tangent. My favorite joke for the longest time. What do you call cheese that doesn't belong to you? Nacho cheese. I'm so sorry.
No, it's good. It's good.
Thank you. Oh. Because you're the better cook, we're not actually going to make you do this. Alexis, this is. So are there any parts of this that are like inspired from real life events or anything like that? Because a lot of these feel free. Okay.
100%. Some of the characters literally gave me their, like, later in the game, there's a lot of like nudity that we can't show on the stream, but there's a character, Kiri, based on a real person with that name. And I was like, hey, Kiri, if you were a character in a video game, this is like years ago, I was like, what would your puzzle be? And Kiri responded, I wouldn't know which house I left, whose house I left my shirt at. And that's in the game because it, art imitates life.
I love that.
Yeah, there's another person who takes selfies and doesn't like any of their selfies, and you have to help them. The whole thing is very deeply rooted in my 20s as a queer person in Portland.
I love it. Part of it is relatable to queer person in Toronto, because that's where I'm at. And so I know specifically that one of the later scenes is like the nude bicycle ride and getting stuck because of it. And I don't know why. I never know when it is in Toronto, but I am always out on the day that it's happening in June somehow.
Yeah. And then you're stuck. It's not like the worst thing, but...
Oh no, it's hilarious. It's a lot of fun, actually. Like, they're great people, and a lot of times they're just it's very fun times.
Yeah.
But the amount of times where I have been actually stuck, it's like literally every year for the last 3 years. And I'm like, how have I done this to myself so regularly?
They plan the route around you, probably.
Yes, they're plotting this against me at this point, not actually. Okay, we're building nachos. Oh, I love that. Okay, this was also really cool when I looked at the game because it's like the touch, look, talk.
That's very inspired by Curse of Monkey Island, the coin, where it's like the skull with I think it's like a parrot and some other things. But yeah, I call that the like gay Illuminati hotspot interaction.
That's perfect. I love it. Salsa. We need salsa. We need the cheese. We don't need the leftovers, but I kind of want to look at them. I don't think these... Too real. Don't remind me. I need to clean out my fridge right now.
Yeah.
How's the milk? It's milk. We got it. Okay, well, that's something.
I'm sorry, you can't close the fridge. I know it's a thing I should fix.
I knew this already. Don't worry. Did I spend a good minute trying to close that earlier? Absolutely.
Yeah, I programmed the house when I was learning programming years and years ago, and I just haven't fixed a lot of it since. So you can see my programming get better and better as the game goes on because I kind of built it out chronologically, but
that's amazing.
I know that at the beginning there's some frustrating moments where people are like, I want to clean this and I can't.
I love that's like the response is I want to clean this. Me, it's I just want to save energy by closing the fridge. So
people are very considerate.
Thank you. Also because my cat has a habit of wandering into my fridge. He thinks it's fun. He likes the cold, I think.
Yeah.
So he goes in there and it's I have to be careful. So
okay. Just looking for a snack.
He probably is. Or adventure. Could be that too. Not gonna lie, the first time I did this, I didn't realize the beans, and I was like, why do I need another item here? And then I started exploring around even further. So is this how you take your nachos? Or...
I guess so. I honestly haven't made nachos in so long since making this puzzle. I was on such a nachos kick when building this out, and then I think I got kind of sick of them.
You know what? That is so fair. So this finally dropped in June of this year?
Yeah, came out June. It's available on Steam and itch. It is hard to find, even though it's featured on the Steam sale because of the adult filters. If you are logged out or if you don't have your filters updated, it'll show as hidden, even though it's filtered, even though it's featured, which is very...
Yeah. No, and is
bugs
always
me. But...
I know, I get that. You can close the oven. That at least is a good thing, though.
Yes, yeah, you can close the oven. But yeah, it's available on Steam and itch. If you don't see it, then you can change your Steam preferences to allow frequent nudity, which I don't think it's that frequent. But I don't know how they define frequent. I don't know if there's like if there's 5 boobs, then it's frequent. Like, how do you measure?
What is the boob threshold in order to?
Right? Like,
I now really kind of want to know, and I might go look this up later. Out of like just curiosity.
Yeah.
I won't lie though, the boobs in space is pretty.
Yeah, those ones made the cut. For making the Steam trailer, they had to make sure there was no nudity, and I didn't even catch some of the nudity in the trailer. They were like, "Hey, you have to fix this," and I was like, "Oh, I didn't realize that, that was in the background. My bad."
My bad. That's been right. Oh my goodness. I made nachos! I love it. Yeah, no, but I love cheese. So anything with cheese I get very excited about. That literally, any chance I want to smoke weed and just play video games, that sounds like a typical night in most households, at least in Toronto.
Yeah, it's very relatable.
It's so relatable. Even like if you look at the layout of the house, like I've got my own plants up here too, of like the crystals, the bike that is partially being put back together. Do birds fly? Not all birds fly, but I'll take that as a yes. Beautiful. Excellent. Here's a little to-do list. Yes! We love a to-do list.
Absolutely.
So, as someone who you worked on this for years and you developed the skills to be able to do this, what are you most proud of that you learned how to do in this game, or is it just the whole thing?
Ooh, I don't know. Ironically, feeling pride is kind of hard for me, despite being as queer as I am and all of that. I think, I've honestly haven't touched this game in a couple of months, and that's felt kind of nice to have such a long break from it. So looking at it now, I'm like, oh yeah, I did the thing. It is a queer Monkey Island meets feminist Leisure Suit Larry. I hit the nail on the head, which feels really good. It's also, I don't know, it feels good to be done with something that big. I've never committed to anything in my life for that long amount of time before. No job, no relationship, no apartment. This was the most stable thing in my life for a very long time, and it feels like a sweet little time capsule in a way.
Yeah. Of literally that. Yeah, almost a decade of your life of just learning and growth and experiences and evolution. Oh, I love looking at it in that respect too.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I love the names of the games that we're about to go to.
Yeah.
This puzzle is really funny. So, because this is just lesbian. We did make nachos. We are going to try to find the game. We need to go over to the game cabinet here. But hungry homos, come on.
Yeah.
Because it's that fun game of you can't use certain titles because they're copyrighted. So you gotta get creative. And there's lesbian, sexual camel, nom nom bonbons, moths, hops and mops. Queertastrophe. Glitter Carnage, I think, was my favorite one out of all of these. Yeah, we knew that was empty. Okay, lesbian. Let's start tidying up in here. Has the wrong DVD in it. This is, again, super relatable, super real. I have a bunch of games that are probably not in the correct cases. Because listen, sometimes you just put that.
100%. Yeah. This puzzle was as tedious to program as it is to solve.
Oh no, really?
It's just silly of opening and closing the cases when they're open and when they're empty and full and have the right one and wrong one. Just all the little combos were. I now keep everything in the right case after making this puzzle.
You know what?
A queer person.
And then wait, what was the other one I got? Kegels for all peoples. Kills me. I love it. No, I need Kegels. Gotta try to see that one. Pop some mopses in there. Oh my goodness. Is there any other puzzles that you found particularly difficult to put together?
Oh, the clipboard puzzle. This part you definitely can't show because it's whatever, adult content.
It's called I'll Play It Later,
Adult
but yes.
content. But there is a clipboard puzzle later where you are organizing a circle of people who want to touch each other. I don't know what I'm allowed to say on this stream, so I'm avoiding a certain phrase. But each person is attracted to a different thing. So like someone likes heat play and someone likes someone's a vegan, so they don't want to be next to someone who likes leather. And so you have to like do a little logic puzzle of preferences. And that was a pain to program. That was
that would be. But that'd also be so fascinating. I'm going to end up continuing to play this because this is just fun. And I'm so curious about the nudity content and like all of this because I think it's, but no, it's okay, let's match up. That just sounds like a queer polycool trying to figure out what's going on for date night.
Yeah, 100%.
That is what that is. I love it. All right, that's ready to be played. Next, Bywee. Okay. Lexus, need your help, I think. Hey, you're cute. I love that that's just how it starts.
Yeah.
Game is ready. So good. Thank you for the positive affirmation here. Oh, I gotta give Bo a call. Okay. See you later. Okay. So, I need, in theory, I guess, a phone of some sort. Correct?
Yep. I don't know if I'm supposed to give hints.
Oh my god, I love the best butt mug.
Right.
Sorry, I started looking at the little fun details. Is there any other fun little Easter eggs that you got to hide in here?
There's so many. This game is basically, I mean, I had 8 years to make it, so I filled it with whatever I wanted, and then I cut, the too many nacho layers and stuff afterwards. But as a result, this game is just like packed with fun queer jokes, personal references, Portland jokes. Like it's kind of, there's just levels on levels of Easter eggs.
Amazing. That is not that's a weed, but not the good kind. So it's fun. You do not need to give me hints. I sometimes ask for them, but I'm like, maybe we just go wander until we find. Okay. You can't actually leave home. It's fine. That's fine. People don't forget to put exclamation point nachos in chat. And I am going to want nachos later. That is a definitive. Okay, so kitchen. Oh, bedroom. That could be where the cell phone is. Now it's a game. Oh my god. Never stepped into the bedroom.
Oh, yeah. I still don't know what's appropriate or not, so I'm so sorry if there's anything here that's not appropriate.
Oh, there's my phone. Yes, we're gonna take the time. There we go.
Yeah. They have a flip phone, so you can tell how long I've been working on this game.
Okay, no, but flip phones are coming back.
Oh, okay.
I
That's
have
good.
a friend who has one, and it's weird because I'm like, but it's a full screen thing still, but it still flips open and bends. I don't know. I don't understand. It's beyond my understanding.
Yeah, we've come full circle.
Plants also accurate, especially in mugs. Half of mine back here are in mugs.
Oh yeah,
that's how that works.
A fun little.
Okay, fine. I can't. Hey, what's up? What are you up to? Yes. Looking for some greens. Not smooth. What do you mean? We're gonna go with everything. Where are your phones? Huh. That's weird. Okay.
I also started this game when weed was not legally distributed in Oregon, so that's one puzzle that didn't quite age.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, I wanted to talk. Babe. They're acting like they don't sell weed. They have a code? Just Just mentioned eating books. Oh, okay. That mean, you know what? That makes sense. That hence it being, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Because now it's the, oh, it's me again. It's the library open. Oh, so entertaining. Exit. Okay, cool. See, we figured it out.
Yeah,
Oh
you're
God,
doing great.
we're getting somewhere. Oh, Bo. How's it going? Factories are just robot nursery. Oh my goodness. So how fun was doing the writing for this? Did it feel
It was a blast. Before I learned programming, my focus was writing. So
Oh, yeah?
I was more focused on how do I find the tools to tell this story. But over the years, I have gotten way worse at writing, honestly, getting better at programming. You know, you get better at what you practice. But
yeah,
for Bo's dialogue, I would just get very stoned and write down the silliest things. And that's where that came from.
It's a good way to do it.
Yeah.
It's how I used to write my New Year's resolutions. I would get drunk, write them, and then sober me would edit them. So
yeah, that's a great way. Yeah.
You come up with some great goals for yourself that way.
Yeah. If you notice the books on that bookshelf, there's a little Easter egg about the oven.
Oh my God. Off. Hopefully I turned the stove off. Palestine. Excellent. So bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amazing. Oh, I love all the fun little things.
Yeah, I wanted to find ways to make the game political without making it feel preachy in any direction, but still signal that this is a game for a specific audience.
Yeah, it's a very Skitarians are just sexually dieting up. Okay, that's why we're doing it. We gotta get on his level to speak to him. That helps them. I imagine it probably would. Does it though? I mean, if you think about it, it makes some sense. Oh, we need more. I do love how the bong has its own like noises here too.
Yeah, there's some fun character icons. The bong has one. There's a jukebox. Lupe's belly has one that speaks up sometimes. That's been a fun one.
Are we good now? Parting ideas. Can we snack? I would like a snack. I have snacks at home. Okay, yeah, but hear me out. More snacks is always good. I need to cut myself off. Earth to Bo. Bo here. What can I do for you? There we go. We need books. Hook us up here, buddy. Oh my goodness. Too funny. All right, everybody. I think there's the last chance to get into the giveaway. Yep, I knew that chime was coming. Yeah, I'm aware. So which is great because it's going to be time to wrap up. The last chance to potentially win this. But this has been fantastic. So we can find this on Steam, but people have to be wary about what their filters.
Yeah. If you go to Steam Store Preferences and check frequent nudity on, it's not that frequent. It's not like a horny game. It's just naked. It's just the algorithm and the filters catch it in a specific way where, this queer game can exist, but it is very hard to discover it because it is that queer. It doesn't fit into the boxes quite right. So tell your friends because that's the only way this game is going to find people.
That is so fair. So please check your settings, go in there and do that. But thank you, Mo. Thank you so much for sharing this with us and sharing just like this absolute love story that you've worked on for so long.
Yeah. Thank you for playing it, Parker. It's really fun to watch other folks enjoy it.
Oh, I love doing stuff like that. Awesome. Okay, we're going to go throw this back over to Jakin.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Mo and Parker. Gosh, I feel like that game really just captures a vibe and I love it. So definitely want to spend some time playing that. And for the winner of the game key, it is Oi Monique. Oi Monique, feel free to message Astral Gamer in chat and we'll get that to you here in just a minute, or message IGDA. Either one will get you that code. So congratulations. But yeah, Mo and Parker, thank you so much for taking us down that really just really cool vibe. And super curious to learn how, the influences of the queer culture in Portland, Oregon, really came alive into that game. So thank you. And congratulations again, Oi Monique. All right, let's see. And just as a reminder, everyone, you can grab the Queer Quest game on the Steam sale, as the developer mentioned, as Mo mentioned, as Parker mentioned. Just make sure that your system settings in Steam are so that you can see games that are, mature rating or adult content rating, things like that, because it'll automatically hide. Now, stay tuned as we bring on Deneos director Christoph Galati. So we can take a peek at Tako no Himitsu, Ocean of Secrets, where wild animals are disappearing, the mysterious Temple of the Order is on the rise, and shadow voids are suddenly populating the land. Gather 6 heroes and their octopus companions, because we can't forget about our octopus companions, and work together to save a world consumed by the secrets of its past. We will be right back with Christoph Galati and Jeff Britleg to lead us on the adventure, but stick around for some honorable mentions first.
Dear friend, it is with great joy that I invite you to spend one summer's month at the Merry Fairy, my beautiful cottage in the middle of fairyland. I have enchanted an entrance for you, so that you can use it no matter where you are, to step into my magical world and take a few moments to relax. While here, you can simply enjoy the serenity of fairyland, accept visits from my whimsical friends, and let your creativity run wild by playing with the magical scrapbook that I prepared for you. I have good reasons to invite you. I suspect you might be a magical creature, like me. Discover your magic.
Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How you doing?
Hello. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you. Yes, you sound great.
Awesome.
How you doing today?
Doing good. It's quite late
Good.
in France already, but I'm good.
Oh my gosh, yeah. What time is it in France right now?
8 p.m., almost 9. But
Oh my
it's
gosh,
okay.
yeah. Little cozy night chatting about some games today. I love
Yeah.
it. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself for everybody?
Oh yeah, I'm Christophe Galati. I'm the director of the Deneos game company. I'm mostly known for my first indie game called Save Me, Mr. Tako. Maybe you know this one, which was a platformer RPG made as a tribute to the Game Boy.
Fun.
And it's actually the prequel to the game we are talking about today, Tako no Himitsu, which is the second game of the studio. And yeah, our goal is like to pay tribute to classical era of gaming and try to do more modern things with them in terms of story, messages, and characters.
I love that. Yeah, I'm really excited to jump into this one. As I was listening to the trailer and everything, I was like, this music is really pumping me up because it reminds me, I think the first thing I thought of was like Breath of Fire. Or like, I don't know if you played the Breath of Fire games, but like it
Yes.
reminded me a little bit of the soundtrack of those. So I was like, ooh, I'm really excited for this one.
Yeah.
My name is Jeff, for anybody who's might be meeting me for the first time. I play lots of RPGs like this, grew up playing these, so I am about to be very into what we're doing. Let me make sure I'm actually tabbed into the game. There we go. All right. I'm so excited.
The music you heard was actually composed by Motoi Sakuraba, which made the music of Golden Sun, Tales of Symphony, Tales of Sarosean.
There we go. I was like, there's
That's why.
another something. And I was like, there we go, Golden Sun too. Oh my God, I love that. So what inspired this world in this game series for you? Because you said there's a prequel to this that you made before. So I'm curious, like what kind of inspired this whole game series for you?
Yeah, it's like a long story because like when I basically I started creating game very young. I was like 12 when I started using RPG Maker and going with a lot of RPGs.
Wow.
So yeah, when I turned 18, I did my study in a game school in France. Like I was like I want to work in game as I was already doing it for so long. And but when I arrived in this school, I was kind of depressed. Because it was like I have the dream, I want to make games, but all I saw in the school was like maybe more people who were just here because they like games, but they are not really wanted to create some. So the project were boring, and so it was very depressing for me, who was already used to make my own stuff. So I wanted to do something on my own again, and that's what led to the first game. So I was like, let's make something for myself. And so in this year, it was like the Game Boy anniversary, the 25th anniversary of the Game Boy. It was the year Unity was releasing their 2D tools. So that's when I learned how to make 2D games in Unity. And then and then I ate takoyaki and I got the idea of an octopus character. I got the vision.
Wow, yeah, what a start. Starting at 12 years old. That's amazing. I mean, like if I were to be starting to make games, you know what? I feel like there's a little bit of a similarity here because if I were starting games like at 12 years old, starting the whole development stuff, this is probably the kind of game I'd be making too. I played so many of these games. Are there any games in particular that inspired you to make these?
Yes, because as I told, like the goal, it's like my way to learn. I wanted to pay tribute to specific eras of gaming. So that's why the first game was the Game Boy, and this one is the Game Boy Advance. So we are making an IP and making it evolve in gaming history. So for this one, the main references are like Golden Sun in terms of game.
Yeah.
So Golden Sun is the main one. Terranigma also is a big reference. Illusion of Gaia, games like these, and of course Final Fantasy VI, which is the third in America, but Final Fantasy VI is my favorite. So all those games are really inspiring for me. But what is the core of the game, apart from the retro aesthetic and the references, there is a lot of personal stuff in it. So inspired by my life and my culture, and also queer stuff. That's why I guess I'm here.
Welcome in. We love that. Yeah. So you said it's kind of in reference to some like personal and cultural stuff. What kind of stuff do we get to see from that then?
Yeah, that's a lot. Basically, the game main subject is secrets and trauma.
Listen, the amount of things you can make around trauma and overcoming it and how it happened. Yeah, the visuals and everything here. I'm expecting something very fun and powerful with that. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're tuned for a long adventure. Like we are aiming for more than 20 hours of content.
Ooh,
so
nice.
we still have a lot of work to do. We have like 2 years ahead of production still, I guess. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff from many area. I don't want to spoil too much, but basically most of the characters have a trauma. So some of
Don't
them
we
are
all?
around. Some of them are like tied in sexual abuse. Some are in like cults. Some are publisher issues. Some are family issues. There's a lot.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. That'll be that's really fun to explore in like a kind of an RPG setting, because I mean I'm sensing so much kind of like magical elements here, like to be able to like represent characters and like have them overcome that through this sort of like fantasy lens. I always find so fun.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like many people believe like game are like just fun and not political. But I'm like, yeah, but when I played JRPGs back in the 90s, they were already political, and they already had messages. So that's why.
Yep.
So yeah, that's really what I wanted to do, like telling deep stories with this kind of aesthetic and feeling.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's always such a fun asterisk sort of conversation where people kind of have that like, oh yeah, I don't want any politics in my games. And it's like, well, some of the most popular games out there that you, person who's complaining about politics in your games, are complaining about, like there's political left and right. That's all over, So I think, to be able to put your own like lens into this and kind of show like, hey, I want to show like what my experience is like and like represent people like me, is so powerful. And I imagine that's somewhat of what inspired you to create some games.
Yeah, that's the core of it. Like if I want to tell stories, because for me games were a way to survive trauma as well in my life.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd be here today if I hadn't started to create games that young, I think. So it's kind of my way to say thank you to the game industry for saving me by making games that I hope will inspire people as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of deep.
No, I mean, like that's the thing, is like being able to like process your trauma and things you've been through, like through storytelling, is so powerful. Like I have a background in creative writing, so honestly, like a lot of times when I have like a lot of big feelings bubbling up, like my first instinct is like, I gotta write these down, because it really just getting it out and like turning it into something really helps you like process it and kind of like put it into reality in a sense to where it doesn't just feel so much up here,
Yeah.
I'm curious. Okay, I love seeing food in games, so anytime I see something where I'm like, oh, that sounds good. Is Choco Butter, is that inspired by like a snack that you like?
Well, we invented this one, but yeah, it's like an Easter egg to the previous game, because in the first game there was like a farm called Lady Butter Farm.
Lady Butter Farm.
Yes, it was
that's
Lady
beautiful.
Butter and La Beurrière in French, but Lady Butter in English. And yeah, like in this game we are 800 years after, so this small farm turned into like a big country, like an industrial country. So now it's all industry, and so they are the one making the Choco Butter, because it was the Lady Butter industry.
Okay, I love
There's
that.
a lot of lore involved.
I love that though. That's because like again, you're creating like a whole world. You're creating a whole timeline that came before it, and then it's connecting to this one. I think that's really neat. Would you say that this is like a sequel to it in the sense that like does the story here, would you need to play them in order to understand, or do they kind of stand alone?
Yeah, they stand alone. Like if you play the first one, you'll see references, because basically most of the places were already in the first game.
Okay.
But if you haven't played it, it's okay, because it's all new story, all new characters. So you don't have to have played the first one. But it's nice for the Easter eggs and all the references.
Got it. Is there a character in this that because you said you pulled from a lot of like your own experiences. Is there a character in this that you relate to the most?
Well, I wrote because you can play like 8 characters in the game.
Oh, whoa.
So I wrote all of them. So all of them have a piece of me, I guess. But I guess the one more close to me is the one you're playing right now.
Okay.
The blue one. But the other one are all very interesting as well because there is a pop singer, there is a drag queen.
A drag. I love drag, so you just sold me immediately.
Yeah, you can play a drag queen in the game, and if you like drag, yeah, you're tuned for a lot of surprises because we are doing a lot of cameos of real
Ooh.
drag artists from the world.
No
So-
way. Are there any
So
you can tease, or I mean, if that's too much of a spoiler, that's okay. But
Oh
I'm just
yeah,
curious.
we have a lot. We have from the US, we have Willem.
You love Willem.
We have Kimchi.
Love kimchi.
And we have Nick Lidl. We have a lot, but you can if you go to my Instagram page, you can see a lot of them because we did our Kickstarter campaign this year, and during the campaign we were like revealing one drag artist each day.
Okay. Oh, no way.
So there is a lot of video of the drag artist on my socials already.
I love that. Drag is so like I love how global drag has gone. So to be able to like have drag queens kind of get involved, and you know what, there are so many drag artists out there who love gaming. So to like get them involved in the gaming scene that's smart. You're good at what you do.
Yeah, but that's why kind of the thing because while I was studying in gaming, in the game programming, I had friends at the school who were starting to do drag, and it was like 2014, something like that. So it was before the big drag race boom,
Yeah.
before it went on Netflix and everyone started going crazy. Back in the day, we were like, it was hard to find it to see it by streaming, so it was like Spanish subtitles and all. But
yeah.
but it was already starting to arrive. So some friends did start doing drag at the time, and so they are the one who inspired me as well, and like bringing me to like tiny clubs in Paris to see them perform. Because now it's more big bar and stuff like that. But back in the day, it was really like in small places. Like you have to be there like at night and very late to see the drag arrive.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, most of them told me like games are inspiring them like for their outfit design and stuff like that. So I was like, yeah, why not having drag inspire a game as well, like having the opposite happen. And so that's what led to our drag character, which is the one we created. But then the whole question of representation arise, and we are like, yeah, we want to represent this scene as good as we can. So how to do that in the better ways and include real artists. So that's why we're starting contacting a lot of them, like drag king, drag queens, drag queer, and like from all over the world, all the country we were in. So to try to represent the scene as good as we can, and having it in a Korean way. So hopefully it will be good. But
I mean, to represent the drag scene as it is currently. And I love that you said drag kings too, because I feel like drag kings don't always get a lot of love. So I love hearing that there are took some inspiration from drag kings as well.
Yeah, we have some in the game, but yeah, we try to represent as good as we can. So, and I'm not a drag queen myself, so I ask them for help and guidance in that. So
it is a whole process, and I've been put in drag a couple times, and I understand why people look so forward to like taking it all off because it's like I feel like my whole body is just like constricted into an outfit. I'm ready for it to be done.
Yeah.
That's so cool though. I feel like that's really neat that you're kind of incorporating drag, because I feel like with it becoming as popular as it is, I feel like drag queens are like setting the tone for like how detailed and how avant-garde you can make an outfit and how you can like really pay attention to aesthetics. So I feel like drag queens and kings and artists like almost like took from games like that, inspired games like this, where like that's what kind of inspired their outfits, and then like to be able to like have them now inspire what you do, I think is so, that's just like queer art like coming out on top and then like now inspiring the world. I think that's so cool.
Yeah, I try because already some people were like, "Oh, you're putting queer in the game. Why are you putting your politics?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you know that queer people exist, and some of them are actually making game."
Did you know that I just like exist? Apparently, me just like being here is political. God, that is
Yeah.
so. I always find that so funny. Like
Mm.
when people learn that there is a queer character in a game, it's so the reaction is always so telling because it's like, have you seen a queer person before? Because we just exist like this. We just appear out of nowhere sometimes, and then now you. Hi, surprise! Yeah, I exist.
Surprise, surprise! Yeah, but yeah. So yeah, we are like with my first game. I was kind of afraid of that. There was already some queer characters in the first game, but yeah, as I move forward, I'm like now I'm more confident in myself as an artist as well. So let's put all the things I really want to put in the game.
Yeah.
So that's why the drag queens are here and a lot of things. But yeah, because actually this game has also have an origin story.
Oh, okay. Tell me more.
Basically, in 2019, I became the first game developer to be selected in an artist residency.
No way! That's amazing.
Because France has a lot of artist residency all over the world, and so I actually got to move to Kyoto for 5 months, where I started to work on the game. So that's how the game started in Kyoto, Japan. And yeah, so that was a good opportunity for me and for the game as well. And it's what gave me confidence as an artist because I was surrounded by artists from many different like dancers, architects, and
yeah,
a lot of
that's amazing.
fields. And so I was there with the game and like, yeah, I really want to say stories with it.
Yeah, to be able to take inspiration from so many different kinds of artists, I think is so cool. I always find myself like, even though, yeah, like I don't necessarily do drag myself, or, you know, as much as I would like to say I am a singer, I don't actually sing myself. I was in band. You know, being able to see and like hear different types of art really does kind of bring inspiration to your own craft. So I think that's really cool that like you had that experience to be able to bring to the games that you now have created.
Yeah, it was very like I was very lucky to be accepted because they didn't have games before, so it was also a way to try to represent and show that games are an art form. So hopefully it helps, but yeah, I got that opportunity. And while I was in Japan, I also got to meet drag artists from Japan as well.
Nice.
Because basically in Kyoto there is like one drag show each month, which is called Diamonds Are Forever. It's like in the same bar once a month, but it's been 30 years that it happened, the same show.
Wow. Wow.
So
Okay.
there's a lot of drag like there's a few drag artists that are from back in the 90s that are still perform at this show.
Wow, that's some 30 years. That's amazing.
So yeah, and some of them are included in the game now. So
I think that's so cool. I love the kind of like puzzles and things we have going on right now. Did you I'm assuming like similar kind of inspiration with like Golden Sun, things like, because these puzzles are feeling very Golden Sun.
Yeah, and basically you are really like you're about to see a drag queen in the game, like right, so it's really soon.
Well, we're sprinting to that. Let's go.
You have to go yeah, this way. No, go.
Oh. Uh-oh.
You can jump, don't worry.
There we go. That's the button. All right. We're gonna go see some drag. Was it this way?
No, it's the other way.
Oh, this way. I
Yes.
messed up. And then, oh, here we go.
And up, and you have to go up.
Oh, well.
Don't
I never said
worry,
I was good at video games. There we go.
Yeah, the old won't kill you here. You have to jump in this painting.
Oh, you have to. Oh, we're jumping in. We are the art. We're thought I meet you. Aw. We're getting to meet our biggest fans. Oh, she's fierce. Oh, she's fierce. So, is there like a specific drag queen that inspired this character?
A lot, I guess.
A lot. Okay. Oh, you like pulled from a bunch of different ones. Okay.
Yeah, it's because it was it's our own character, so yeah, we are taking from a lot, and it was also inspired by someone I dated back in Japan as well.
Okay.
The name come from here.
Okay.
But
I
yeah,
love
it's
this.
a lot, a lot of inspiration everywhere, and basically, as I mentioned, we have a pop singer in the game as a character, and this drag queen started. Sorry, my English.
Oh no, you're
but
fine. No, you're fine.
but yeah, this drag artist is just starting doing drag, and so he's impersonating the singer of the game.
Okay.
So that's why our character think it was the real singer, but it was a drag queen instead.
Oh, okay. That's neat. That's so cool. So I think I missed a little bit. Like, how did we get to jump into the painting?
Yeah, that's that's something where I took from my previous game because I tried to hide flashbacks to get some backstories for characters. So for this demo, I put the drag queen scene as a flashback so people can see it, even though it's later in the game. But
Got it.
yeah, in the game, you won't have this painting here. You will have maybe another flashback from the character instead.
Okay, that's neat. I just noticed. I was gonna say I noticed the idle animation. I love when like they're like fun, cute. Like if you're standing there for a little bit. I think I noticed him pull out a book.
Yeah.
I love that.
So you have to go down this way, like down.
Oh, down this way.
Yeah, there's a
Okay.
switch.
Got it. I notoriously am like very bad at navigating in games. Don't tell anybody.
No, it's okay, but I know it's hard, especially when you are streaming or stuff like that, because you are not 100% focused, so you easily lose track of where you were. And so I can help you if you're stuck.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
For example, here you have to push back the pillar on the other switch.
Oh, interesting. That's neat. It's a different way to kind of use your brain to figure these puzzles out.
So now the other door is open, like down from here.
Oh, down from here. Okay.
On the right.
Let's go get to that door. Oh, down the right. We're going. Oh. I like that there's a little bit of platforming in this. I love when RPGs have like a bunch of different kind of gameplay mechanics, because as much as I love like walking around the world and seeing them, I love being able to do like many different things. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, but our first game was a platformer, so that's why I feel like because we jump from platformer to ARPG, so I think we should keep a bit of platforming in it.
I agree. I like being able to be like, I like a little bit of challenge in my game, so I like kind of feeling like I'm being tested with some of my gameplay skills on a few different ways. So the fact that we got that is really neat. Oh, getting the chime. So I'm curious, because you said there's a lot of themes around kind of like dealing with trauma and the different sort of things that these characters kind of go through. So I'm curious of like, when people are playing this game, like when you were making it, is there something in particular that like you wanted them to like take away from it? Like after they were finished playing the game, like is there like a feeling or like how did you want to inspire the audiences that play this game?
Yeah, because right now the game is still in development. So we have the demo on Steam, but we have like 2 years of production left, I guess. But yeah, the goal is to inspire people and like to make them feel less alone in this world, I guess, and see that there are people like them and that you can survive trauma and have a life.
Yeah.
That's kind of the goal, I guess.
For sure. Yeah. And I think, through fantasy, I think it's so fun to be able to see like yourself in some of these characters and kind of feel empowered through them, just because, you get to see them wield sort of magic things and deal with like enemies and things that you don't normally see in real life. So it's kind of very empowering to see them go through things that could otherwise be like really traumatic, but then coming out of them on top. I think that's so fun.
Yeah.
It's been a really yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
No, I said you have an enemy right here, like you talk about enemies. So
oh, you know what? It's kind of pretty though. A monster? Oh, neat. Oh my God, what a powerful jacket. I love that. I was curious. So you said the game is still in development. Is there like a date in which you're thinking it's going to be ready for release?
Well, hopefully in 2026, late 2026. Yeah, we did a Kickstarter campaign this year. That's why we have a demo. And so, yeah, I try to keep people updated and writing devlog every 2 months. But there's a lot to do because it's a JRPG. JRPG have a lot
Right.
of content. So, and I have a big story plan. So hopefully we'll be able to do it in 2 years from
Okay.
now. So
You know what?
finger crossed.
I believe in you. You absolutely got this. And if people wanted to find some more information on the game or maybe like keep up to date on the development process, where could they find it?
Yeah, I'm basically on all socials. So you can find at Deneos Games or by writing the name of the game. The game is on Steam. You can wishlist it, which always help. The demo is available, so you can all play it at home. Yeah, we are everywhere. We have a Discord community as well. So yeah, you can find us if you want.
Beautiful. I love that. Well, I know I could definitely see myself playing this game all the way through. It's got such an aesthetic that I really love, and the story elements that you're telling me about, I can see myself going through this and just seeing what it's all about. I'm super excited. So thank you so much for joining us. I really enjoyed getting to hear about the game.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you all for joining us. Stick around because we got some more chats coming your way.
Thank you, Jeff and Chris. I can't wait for the launch of this game. I've had my eye on it for a while, and I'm really a fan of the previous one in the series too. Plus, the music is so great. If this game is not in your wish list yet, take a second and go make that happen. You can find the game on the Steam sale right now with the link in the chat. Next in our showcase is the Songbird Guild by Yurisoft Games. This gorgeous RPG/visual novel is about magical girls falling in love. Investigate the secrets of a corrupt fantasy world and fight creepy yet somehow adorable monsters in turn-based battles. All to pay the bills in this world where being a magical girl is just a 9-to-5 job. Joining us is Tess Wainwright, the development lead. We'll also welcome Parker back to the stage and take us through the game after a few trailers.
All right, there we go. Hi.
Hello.
Hello, Tess. How's it going?
Good. Good. That storm that has been going along the East Coast has hit us today, so it's a good day to stay inside and play video games.
I love that. Listen, I'm always of the mindset it's always a good day to stay inside and play video games.
That is very true.
I can rationalize that one any day. Anyways, can you introduce us to who are you? Where are you from? What did you work on with this game?
My name is Tess. I am a writer and programmer for the game.
Amazing.
I am from upstate New York.
Cool.
Yeah, that's pretty much my background.
I love it. And how long have you been working on this game?
In one form or another for about 5 years at this point.
Oh my goodness.
So it started out in 2019 as a very different Unity game. And then
Really?
In 2021, we kind of scrapped a lot of it and started over in RenPy. And that actually made some things a lot easier, to be honest, with what we were trying to build. And we've kind of been going with that ever since.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I did start to play and then I decided to start from the ground zero. But I love the so this is clearly anime inspired.
Yeah. No, it's funny. I am actually not all that much of an anime watcher or a visual novel player. I've played a lot of visual novels now, but for me, a lot of what I've played have been RPGs or a lot of old text adventures and stuff.
Ooh, yeah.
And so that I think was sort of where I brought it in. The other person who's kind of been really core to this game is their name is Kale Chips. And they're the lead artist on the game, and they're definitely very much they were the first person who suggested, why don't we have a visual novel element to this, and showed me a lot of visual novels and anime to be we should use this as inspiration. So I remember
what did they show? I'm so curious. What did they show you as to be you need to consume this to be inspired for this?
Yeah, so the first one was Cardcaptor Sakura, I think.
Excellent.
There was another one called Butterfly Soup. That was a visual novel.
Okay.
That we played together. I'm trying to think of what else. I could remember was it Flip Flappers, I think, was one that I think they sent over to me. Yeah.
So so you probably got a list of homework effectively.
Yeah. Yep.
But I love it's the art style itself, it's very much the over-exaggerated anime art style, but even the background stuff and the gems and all of that throughout it have been so pretty and so cool.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Look
Kale and Emily and Mariku and all the people who do the art are really, really excellent at it.
How big is the team?
So it started out with I reached out to a musician actually who I liked. Ironically, they weren't able to make any music for the game, but originally they were going to, and I was kind of hey, by the way, you're the first person I reach out to. I can do programming, but we have no art team. We have no artists yet because I haven't reached out to anybody. They're oh, well, I have a friend I've worked with on a lot of projects before. I should introduce you to them. And that's how I met Kale. So Kale and I are the people who have been on it for the longest.
Okay.
That was kind of the core of where it started.
And how long ago was that?
That was either September or October of 2019.
Okay.
Was when that all sort of started coming together. So everyone else who's on the team, geez, I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. I lose my train of thought, but has
I
sort of
do
been brought on.
regularly, and I go on tangents. So if you need to go on a tangent, by all means, I will not have a problem with that.
Well, I'll try my best not to. But yeah, the rest of the team has been. I think a few of them have been found by Kale. A few of them have been found by me.
Yeah.
So
Just
yeah,
started collecting people.
yeah.
Oh my goodness. So you said this started as as a fairly different game when you guys started, right?
Yeah. So it started out as a school for magical girls.
Okay, amazing. I love it.
I had been playing Fire Emblem Three Houses, and
Nice.
yeah, so back in like 2016 ish, 2015, 2016, I had been playing Fire Emblem Awakening, and I sort of had this idea of I want to make something like, Fire Emblem, but I want to make it with magical girls, so that all like the romance options are like gay magical girls, however you want to pair them together.
Yes.
And I tried sort of workshopping it around, but for the most part, a lot of the response was, oh, there isn't really a market for that. Like, there's a reason why nobody else is doing that. So yeah, I just don't think it's a good idea. And since I didn't really know what Yuri was or was really involved in the community at the time, I was kind of like, okay, well, these are people who are smart, who I respect saying this. So I'm going to go ahead and sort of, look at other stuff. Then sometime in between 2016 and 2020-ish was when I actually discovered what Yuri was. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. Not only are there other people doing this, this is a genre.
Surprise, yep.
Yeah. So ironically, it was around that time that I played Three Houses, and I was like, oh, I want to like knock the dust off of this idea and maybe make it like take place at a school because just unabashedly lifting from the games that I've been playing. But yeah, that game ended up just being really just heavily overscoped. I think it was in Unity, which made it harder. We wanted you to be able to, pair any of the magical girls together with any other magical girl, which made the story hard because you had no idea who was actually going to be in a relationship with whom.
Yeah. It gives you a lot of options that you suddenly need to manage.
Right. We wanted you to be able to go out and recruit, some of these characters, based on like if you had helped them out, like, before they had become magical girls, like that might encourage them to become magical girls. But then we also had no idea who's going to be on your team. We had no idea who you would take with you in your party. So it kind of became like we have a cast of characters who we can't know, who are in relationships that we can't know, going out and trying to like go on an adventure. So we ended up really boiling it down to our favorite pairing, which was Kotori and Kaida, and sort of built the entire game around that with the two of them as main characters.
Oh
and,
my goodness. You
that's
simplified
sort
it for
of,
yourself, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And I think switching to Renpai, ironically, helped a lot as well. There's sort of this weird thing of like, do you want to put a square peg in a round hole by making a battle system in Renpai, or is it easier to build the square hole from scratch by doing it in something like Unity or Godot or Unreal?
Yeah.
And we ended up figuring out that Renpai is actually a lot more flexible than I think it gets credit for.
Okay.
So I think Renpai has definitely been a very good decision for us.
That's cool. Oh my goodness. So it's been a journey to get even to this point with the game, right?
Yeah, certainly.
And it released recently, am I correct?
Yeah, so the demo came out in August. It was August 15th.
Okay.
We are actually hoping maybe sometime around December, I'm not sure, that we can start patching in some updates on things. Just some bugs that we found that should hopefully be fixed now. Some visual tune-ups. There are some abilities in here that ended up not getting full animations. When we released the demo, now they do have full animations, so we'll probably release that all at once it's done, which I'm hoping will be like around the end of the year. But yeah, the demo's been out for what, I think that makes it 3 months.
Sure.
So
what this year's been flying by. Look, what is time? Time is soup. We have no idea at this point.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So you've got the combat system here too, which I am like futzing my way through to some extent.
No, it's oh, go ahead.
Oh, I've got nothing. There was no end of that thought there. So I was trying to figure out what I was doing. How was it to come up with like the combat system?
So there's an MMO I like to play called Wizard 101, and
I know that one.
It's an old one. It's one of those MMOs that has firmly, for the most part, decided that its target audience is the 30-year-old people who started playing it when they were 12, back when it like came out, which is me.
Yeah, fair.
But yeah, they it's a really, really hard, honestly, these days, just kind of a really expensive one to get into if you weren't into it at like the inception.
From the get-go.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But anyway, the game has this energy system where every turn you get what's called a pip. Pips are used to you use different attacks. So you sort of have the choice of like, oh, do I want to use, I have 4 pips. So do I want to use a 4-pip spell, or do I want to wait until next turn to use a 5-pip spell that's even stronger? And then when you get into the fact that there are 0-pip spells that sometimes affect your future spells, it's like, okay, well, I could use, a 0-pip attack boost that boosts my attack by 30% for the next 4 turns. And then I'll get my 5th pip next turn, and I can use that 5th pip attack with the attack boost, and all these things you're stringing together. So I sort of started out with that. As far as the pip system, it sort of started out as like, about generating energy. But as we play tested it, it sort of evolved into something that was more about trying not to run out of energy. The way I see it mechanically is, for each of these dungeons, you sort of start out with 100 magic. Every character starts out with 100 health and stamina. And even though you have methods of regenerating all of those things, for the most part, a lot of the sort of challenge of the game is trying to make it to the end without those things running out.
Yeah. There's some resource management I'm seeing in this.
Yeah.
And it's not just your typical like HP MP. There's more of like the collective overall magical energy that you're trying to make sure doesn't run out.
Yeah. So that is one of the things that we might be adding with an update, is sort of like a mini map to help you sort of keep track of where you are.
Yes.
Because that has been one thing that people have sort of said is like sometimes it's hard to sort of keep track of what room you're in and stuff. And one thing I'm sort of playing around with the possibility is having the rooms you haven't been to sort of be like grayed out squares, because then at least you sort of know like, okay, I have this many rooms that I haven't been to yet. It sort of gives you an idea of like, okay, if I'm halfway through this dungeon,
it'll help you like gauge how much you've got to kind of get like how much you have to give to And how much do you need to start figuring out a different way around?
Right. If you're like, well, this is the last room, I'm probably pretty much done, then you can start spending your stuff. Because otherwise, I don't know how often people do it with this. I think people are less worried about it here because, you do get it back at the next level. But I'm definitely the type of person who will like collect the mega ultra, like, the ultimate ability, items, and then just hoard them. And then you beat the final boss and you're like, I guess I never used any of those items. So I kind of want to give people a way to gauge how far they are through it.
Yeah, and I think that's helpful in a lot of ways because then the people like you and me, because I'm in the same boat with you, who get like, but what if I need the special thing? What if I require it? What if something bigger is coming? At least this way I can be like, okay, no, I got 2 spaces left. We can bring out the big guns if we feel it's appropriate.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of been one thing is I think in the original sort of prototype of the game, it was sort of more focused on realism, like, oh, the information that, Kotori knows.
Yeah.
There isn't any of that like dramatic irony, you could say, of like knowing how many rooms this building actually is and stuff. But I think it's more fun kind of when you can sort of reach out and be like, oh, by the way, this level is this long, and you sort of break that wall a little bit in a way that sort of makes sense, because nothing really makes sense in a video game. Why are...
Fair. We do make up the rules. It's kind of all whatever we want it to be.
Yeah.
Is there any other changes that you're looking to make since the demo's been released? Like any other things that are cool that you hope to add in?
I think most of the stuff that we were talking about with like, just adding in some extra animations for more flair, adding in some extra mechanical things, a lot of bug fixes and stuff. It's really a list of small things like that we've been collecting over the last 3 months based on feedback.
Okay, very
cool. We're hoping to kind of add in at some point. I did throw in some more extra Easter eggs.
Like what kind of Easter eggs?
Well, so there's been this one thing that was a popular. It's actually kind of funny. Chetty, our social media manager, was at GDC, and apparently someone came up to play the game. Later on in the demo, you'll find something called the green flame, which you can absorb with Kotori in order to use in puzzles, or you can use it in battles too. And apparently at GDC, somebody came up to the game, went over to the green flame room, and kept absorbing green flame until Kotori ran out of stamina, and then by extension ran out of health, and then died. Went yes, and then left. Like that was all they wanted to do, is they just wanted to see like, hey, can I actually kill somebody by just like picking up this item so many times? The answer was yes, because anything that causes you to burn stamina will. So now there's some extra dialogue where the people around Kotori will be like, Kotori, what are you doing?
Kotori,
get a hold of yourself, please stop.
Oh my god.
Kotori, please.
I love it. So apparently your colleague Chetty's in chat. Green flame to Kotori is what coffee is to me, apparently. It's what they said.
Nice.
I love that. I love that so much. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I love the intervention. Now you can kind of stage one in there with the NPCs.
Yeah, it still doesn't actually prevent you. You can still absorb flame until Kotori dies if you so much want to. It's just that everyone around you is going to be like, what are you doing?
They are going to react, which is, you know what?
Yeah.
That almost incentivizes me more, if I'm being honest. Because you kind of want to be like, yeah, but you got to do it for the bit now.
Yeah. I have to see the hidden dialogue.
Listen, the second I hear there's a hidden dialogue or a hidden secret or a hidden part of the game, I'm like, cool, what do I need to do to get there? Because I just find it. I love the Easter eggs devs put into games. They're hilarious to me. Oh my god. Sir, who are you? Whomst are you? Jeem. Anyways, I swear I've been playing. I'm just also, I will say one of the funniest things, there's some really funny little clips through this, but when the battles were happening earlier and they would like attack Bree and they would be like, Bree tastes like Bree, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? Fair.
There's a very small chance every time somebody bites Brie that it will say something like cheddar or mozzarella with like exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point, question mark.
Oh my god, I love. I'm always here for the cheese jokes. I was doing one of those streams earlier and I already pulled out the, what do you call cheese that doesn't belong to you? Nacho cheese. Yeah, sorry, Pat, you're hearing that one for a second time.
My old geometry teacher used to use that one, and he thought that was the funniest joke mankind had ever made.
It's one of those ones that it was like my favorite one in high school, and I could not tell you why. But it was just fun to yell at each other across the hall. So I'm always here for the cheese jokes because they will never not be funny to me.
Yeah, that teacher was... that teacher was great. He had an air hockey table in his room, and the rule was during the year, everyone had the chance to challenge him once to air hockey. And if they beat him, there was no homework that night.
Amazing. I love that. That is brilliant, and I'm here for it. That is such a smart way to do that. Oh my goodness. All right, we are probably almost at the end of our time here, which is...
Oh, wow, already. I'm sorry I talked through so much of it.
That's the intention of this. I show off the game, but then we talk about it because there's so much cool stuff that you don't get to see without getting to chat with the devs. So that is always one of my more favorite things. I love doing stuff like this because I love being able to play the game, but I also really want to hear about the secret stuff that I may not know about. Let me know the secrets. I'm very nosy, clearly here.
All right. Well, when the update releases, go and absorb all sorts of green flame, and you'll.
That is the plan. That is 1,000%
all right.
the plan.
Awesome.
Where's
Thank you very much for this.
Of course. Well, where's the best place to keep track of the progression of the game and learn more about it?
Either on our Steam page or on our itch page, just search the Songbird Guild. Or if you want to follow us on social media, Yurisoftgames.com is our website. And that sort of is a central hub where you can get to TikTok and, we actually recently revived our Blue Sky. So I should actually add a link to that on the website. But when this is over, I'm going to add a link to the Blue Sky on the website, and
amazing, good.
We're on Tumblr as well and Instagram, so you can find those links on Yurisoftgames.com.
Amazing, yeah, I'm loving this. I'm enjoying Blue Sky coming to the forefront of things, but I also still love Tumblr. I love devlogs on Tumblr. I don't know why. Having them there is just fun. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but. Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Tess, for joining. I am looking forward to playing through more of the demo and can't wait to get the green flame when the update comes. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Amazing.
It's really nice meeting you. So
Lovely meeting you.
Good rest of your day.
You too.
Right.
Thank you so much, Tess and Parker. Such a cool game and so cute, and it makes me want to dive into the RPG visual novel genre even more right now, which is a dangerous game because I can get lost in these games. So thank you so much for your time, and for everyone in the chat, please be sure to check out the link to the Songbird Guild, wish list it, and then you can play it along with us. Very hyped to play it. And also congratulations to Henri Queen or Henri Queen. Sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly, but yes, congratulations to you. We'll get you a key coming soon. Maybe a demo key, maybe a full game key. I'll have to double check on that one. But without further ado, we are getting to the last game showcase segment of the Queer Indie Showcase. This one has a special place in my horror-loving heart. Up next, we have the recently released Sorry We're Closed by A La Mode Games. Joining us, we've got CB and the one and only Jeff Brutlike to take us through this nostalgic single-player survival horror game with rich lore, deep characters, and multiple endings. That's cool. Cannot wait to see this showcase segment. But first, let's watch a few more trailers of some honorable mentions in this year's showcase.
The victim, I am the system. I'm not in the wrong with my infinite wisdom. Follow my words even if I contradict them. It's my house, Michelle, I'll be the one to evict them. Don't want another demon past the ones within my mind. And it's with that resolution that I'll kill you every time. Change is meaningless, when it gets too close I hit rewind. It's a cycle I'll endure and I will love it till I die.
Angelic demon, transcending heathens. The balance on the scale between good and evil ain't even. And even when it is, there's always someone trying to tip it. Tug of war with my arms instead of open, so conflicted. Wishing things could be like this and stay the same. When things feel so good here, what would ever make me change? Rebirth over continuance any day. What's the point of arguing? We gon' start over anyway, huh? Back and forth, 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 back and forth.
Hello and hi. I can't even put into words how excited I am to be here with you for this game because I could go on and on, but I think you should introduce yourself to everybody before I go off on a very long tangent.
Okay, so I usually go by CB or C Bedford online, but I my pronouns are they, them, or any pronouns. You know, I'm very much a person who's like, oh man, I don't want to have to pick or choose a gender. I'm not into that, right?
Who needs to?
Yeah. But you know, I still use the name Christine sometimes because my mother gave me that name, and you know, I can't let it go. So Christine is also fine. And yeah, so I am like the artist and the kind of creative director for this particular project. I come from the team a la mode, and that team is mainly me and my partner Tom. So he does all the programming and you know, actually makes it a game. I do like kind of what you see, so all the modeling, all the characters, the paintings. I did kind of the writing. You know, I did the most of that. And the, you know, we share the effort of like level design and game design together. So yeah, I learned a lot during this project. And
oh my gosh, I bet, yeah. By the way, for those meeting me for the first time, my name is Jeff. I play lots of games like this. I am a big survival horror fan, and full disclosure, I actually started streaming this yesterday, so I have like about 2 to 3 hours logged already, and I have loved every single bit that I've played. But I wanted to take it from the top for the audience here. And I had to like go a little bit just to start on this moment because I thought it was such a fun way to introduce Michelle. Because like the first line of like, that'll be 546, I was like, because like for those who missed it, this guy was going on and on. She was daydreaming and he was going on about his failed marriage proposal. And she could not care less. So what a beautiful intro to Michelle. What went into the process of creating her? Because from what I've seen so far, she is a really fun protagonist.
Okay, so it's kind of funny. I guess a good way to sort of preface it is she is sort of an example of what happens when you get to do indie dev and no one can tell you no. And that also means that the first time you do something can be the correct version. So Michelle is the first like humanoid like 3D model I've ever made. You know, she's had a couple tweaks here and there, but she was the first one that I made like when I was seriously starting to work on this game. And yeah, so essentially it first started off as what's like a kind of fun character design to sort of work with. And I wanted to do like this character with a big puffy, I was into the big fur coats at the time because I've got one like this. Yeah. And it just kind of went from there. I just really liked her design. And, you know, this game is filled with a lot of characters that I've had for many years that come from very different, like, you know, different stories that I've integrated into this. So it just felt right that this character that I just like made and created was the protagonist for this game. It just felt like, okay, she's new, she's fresh. She should be kind of like the face of the game.
Yeah, I felt like she's such a good driving force for this. Just like the setup for her journey through this, I thought is very well done. And I'm also curious because all the characters, as you're going to see, like just the way they're designed and their style and everything, they all have their very own distinct personalities, and I have loved each and every one of them for different reasons. But I'm curious, do you have one that you enjoyed working on the most?
Oh, that's really hard because like
they're all your babies, right?
yeah. And again, that's going right back into the indie dev stuff because I did work at another company for like a couple years before this doing character design.
And it shows.
Thank you. And it's that thing too of like when you're working for another company, there's so many other voices, especially when it's a bigger company and there's like bigger publishers involved. You know, a lot of things get changed. A lot of things sometimes you get this thing coming back from like an entity that you've never met before. And it's like, hey, this character in another game looks like this. So why don't you make your character look like that too? And, you know, you get a little bit, you know, you get a little bit worn out and a little bit sanded down. I had a great time at that company, and like the people I did speak to on the daily were like really good and, you know, supportive and really enjoyed the raw stuff that I made. But then coming into this, where no one can tell me no, and my partner Tom, he really believes in my vision. Like, he always says that he's not really got an eye for art, which he kind of does, but he was like, no, just you do what you think is good because it will be good, he said. And so that just meant being able to make whoever I want and however I wanted to make them. And it was just so like liberating,
Oh my God, I bet. Yeah.
It's just I don't know. And I think the thing that was really fun about it too was a lot of these characters, like some of them they take like a part of me. A lot of them, there's like, one particular character who is literally just like a self-insert, right? Nobody can stop me either. That's the great thing. I can just put myself in there.
Heck yes.
But a lot of these characters, like, they also have parts of like my friends and like my family and people that I grew up around, people who really influenced my life. And it was just nice to be able to have them kind of crystallized into a fun little world that, I don't know, I hope is kind of full enough to really let those personalities shine, at least.
Oh, absolutely. I genuinely, like, as I was having the dialogue with all these characters, I can tell that you pulled from like some good like personal experiences or just like maybe even conversations you've had with characters like these in your own life, because the dialogue all feels so natural, and it feels like I'm just kind of sitting there hanging out with these characters, and that's what I love to see.
Oh, thank you. I think the dialogue itself was really tricky at first, because writing isn't like, I don't have like a strong background in writing. I've done a couple comics and stuff, and there's a bit of an overlap in when you're writing for comics. The writing is supplementing like the art. It's part of, like, it's not standing on its own. And it's the same thing for games. Like, the writing is supplementing the game. It's not standing on its own. I feel that maybe if I was a little bit more experienced, I could have like tightened it up a little bit more. But yeah, I think it was just so tricky trying to figure out what voices, how to mold voices for a person, and how to make them kind of sound believable in this weird world that they're part of. Like, I think the hardest thing being Michelle's almost like kind of nonchalant reaction to some of the things that she's seeing. And
right,
it seems like initially I was like, oh, she needs to kind of react a bit more because that seems natural. But what ends up happening when you do writing like that for a game where people are playing, if you actually have the protagonist react in a way that people naturally would, it just would become so tiring seeing her exclaim for like, the 50th time, I can't believe that I'm seeing, you know what I mean?
Right.
And I think in that way, it was actually better to try and let Michelle sort of describe what was there and just let the player have their own reaction. And I kind of hope that's what happens with people. It's hard to tell though, like,
Yeah, everyone kind of brings their own experiences into this and kind of reacts differently. I feel like, especially like with a lot of the interactions with Robin, I feel like when I was streaming it, I definitely had a few people being like, oh, that's bestie energy. Like, immediately.
I'm really glad. Robin, I will say that is the actual like proper, like, okay, the other characters definitely, I would say all the bad characters are the ones that have like my, what I feel are my personality traits that I really struggled with. And bad characters meaning like Daryl, the Duchess, anyone who kind of seems a little bit like awkward. That's me being like, oh, I hate this part about myself. How do I turn that into an entertaining character?
Yeah.
But Robin, through and through, is the self-insert. Like, I have the hat, I have the jacket, I wear that outfit all the time.
Oh, so this is you. So this is you.
Yes, yeah.
Give it up. We got CB in the game as well. I love this.
Sometimes it feels a little bit awkward, kind of like admitting to that. But at the same time, I think just over time, like, growing up, seeing like the media that we did, especially for like my age group, in the sort of late 80s, early 90s, even early 2000s, just after a while, you're seeing like the same kind of people and you're like, oh, I want something more. I want something that that hits a little closer to home. Sometimes I'm watching like two characters and it'll be like, you see the chemistry of some characters on TV sometimes, and it'll be like two women and I'll be like, why aren't they like kissing because they like each other more than like the boyfriend character that they have randomly floating around in the background?
Right.
So after a while, I was just like, you know what? I'm going to put exactly who I want in the games. And that included myself, because there were a lot of things that I struggled with, my self-image, with who I was as a person. And I just thought, you know what? Am I allowed to swear? I shouldn't, but you know, I'd be like, you know what? Just put it in. Put it in. Put her in there. Put them in there. Put him in there, and just let people like experience, I guess, a part of me.
Yeah. No, and I think you're kind of a testament to how like that is a possibility. Like you are a multifaceted human being that can exist within like the confines of like a fictional universe and develop a really interesting story. I think that's great. Is there anything in particular that like inspired kind of the story and how this all went? Because I remember it was first marketed to me as like neon survival horror, and I was like, ooh, wait, that sounds really neat. And then I also saw someone streaming it, and they titled it Gay Silent Hill, and I was like, wait, that's amazing. So like, was there anything you in particular you pulled from for like inspirations on creating this experience?
Okay, so I think in terms of like inspirations, in terms of like other video games, things like Resident Evil 4. My partner really pulled in some like aspects of Zelda that he really enjoyed. For me, it was like I enjoyed like things like Illbleed, and Illbleed. I remember that's when I had like a Dreamcast in my room, and nobody like I think all of 5 people in the world have played Illbleed. And
yeah, that's what I've heard.
yeah, it's like such an obscure thing now. But also, gosh, what else? Oh, Silent Hill definitely is like, you know, that was one of my first. I remember my brother playing it. I was too scared to play it because it came out when I was like really little.
It's a little scary, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing was, it was so fascinating. Like my little brain was like, what is going on? Like it felt real because of how like strange and atmospheric it was. So it really pulled me in, and it was that thing of, even when I'm not playing the game as a child, I'm like, you know, I'm watching my brother play, but I'm thinking about it when I walked away from it. Like, you know, it just sort of stuck with me. So, you know, but there's a lot of other like outside influences as well. And, you know, Twin Peaks has a very far and wide reach in terms of the different media that it does, you know, intersect with, and that people pull from it. But the thing for us, the inspiration from Twin Peaks for us in this wasn't just like the weird stuff happening. It was, in Twin Peaks, there's like 2 sides of it. There's like the happy kind of soap opera side of it, where it's like, you know, there's these character interactions. They're all talking, they're all living their personal lives, and you're watching that unfold. And then there's the dark side of it, where, you know, there are the dark sides of the relationships. There's the supernatural aspect of it.
The supernatural aspects of it.
Yeah.
Coming in right here.
So it's like, I was really interested in that dynamic. It was like the thing of, I was calling it the cherry pie to Black Lodge ratio. And
okay.
Yeah, it's like, there are the moments in Twin Peaks where he's eating the cherry pie. There's the coffee, there's the cafe, there's like all of these really sweet characters who are falling in love. And then like, you know, he gets stuck in the other world for like 25 years, right? So, you know, those are some of the inspirations. In terms of the story itself, though, that's like a personal. It was a personal story. It's a lot to do with like me coming out as non-binary, especially in a long-term relationship, and like the effects that had, and the perceptions, and the kind of like trying to understand yourself, but also having to explain it to someone else who didn't quite understand what I was going through.
Right.
Yeah. So, and it's like, you know, it's also sort of the kind of conversations that I had with some of my other like trans friends who were coming out of different parts of their lives, you know, and the things that they were struggling with. Yeah, so it's kind of like a reflection of yes, people change while in love. Love changes people. Like it's all about change, and not only that too, but like just the change you go in general. Like you get older, time goes on, your body changes, just everything about you as a person continually changes. There's no permanent state of self.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
that's kind of what this is about.
I love that. Yeah, it's, I'm noticing, I like, as I was playing it, I feel like I noticed like some character journeys are the you start to get those journeys like started fairly early, and like what kind of struggles they might have, and I'm super fascinated to see more of that. I think what caught my eye, and definitely what I noticed caught the eyes of people that were watching, is like the fashion. There's something about fashion that just like immediately pulls me into a game. Like, is this your taste in fashion by chance? Like, is this what you wear day to day?
I mean, I wish I could say day to day, but at the moment, because we've been working on the game, I've just been in like my pajamas at home.
Slay, love that.
But so yes, I also try to like integrate a couple of things that maybe are a little bit beyond like what I would wear like myself, but there are definitely like loads of stuff that's just for my own wardrobe that I was like, you know what, I like that and I'm not wearing it enough, so I'll just have this character wear it for me. And I'm definitely though a type of person who I'm definitely like that spectrum person where there are some days where I'm like, oh yes, I'm going to wear my button down shirt, with my nice, sort of pea coat. And then, another day I'm like wearing like a lime green furry coat with like heels on that I can't walk in.
But you're trying your best and you're looking great.
I try so hard. I have to like wear the wedge heels because like I hope and pray that someone will teach me how to walk in a stiletto one day, because like I need to know before my time is up,
Right. Oh, I feel that.
But yeah, so it's very much the fashion I'm into, and I've always been into street fashion. I remember like getting the Fruits magazines. They made like two collective books that they published in the States, and I got both of them, and I was so obsessed, like looking through. It's like a street fashion magazine from Japan, and I looked through it so much that like the pages were falling apart. And I grew up in New York, so I was born and raised in New York, and that in itself is already its own kind of scene. So I just want I want to have fun with the designs. I want to have fun. So
yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff to look at in this. I loved her outfit immediately. Marty's outfit, oh, so good. There's so much that just a fashion sense, I feel like tells you so much about a person, and I feel like you did a fantastic job like bringing that personality out in the characters just through what they're wearing.
Thank you. I take that as a really high compliment. And I think I think it was absolutely something that I wanted to show, because I feel that fashion in itself, fashion is like one of the things that we have like some of the most control over, and maybe not for everyone. Like I understand it completely depends on circumstances, but for many people, that is something that they can choose for themselves, and especially if there's like a certain point in your life where that is like the first way you kind of express yourself. And yeah, I think I definitely wanted it to be that. Like I feel that the way I like to design my characters is like I do kind of start off with something a little bit tropey. Like, okay, Marty has like that kind of grungy look. He's a little like, hey dude, working at his record shop. But I want to like take something of that character and put something in there that's a little bit more believable about them, something that gives them a little twist, like the friends you have in real life. Like, everyone's got like the goth friend who, has a really specific interest of like, I don't know, sea slugs or something. And like, they'll just go on and on about sea slugs, but they're like completely dressed in like this goth look. And otherwise they're totally into that lifestyle, but there's just something about them that just makes them unique.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of like unique, there's, with all the different kind of like character journeys that are happening in here and the storylines that they're being taken on, I'm curious, is there one that like, because I know like as myself as like having written a lot of things as well, like there are definitely some things where I'll like get to writing it and I notice it starts bringing up emotions and I'm like, oh my gosh, ooh. Is there anything in particular that you felt like when you were creating these stories, like kind of almost was like cathartic for you to see turned into a game?
Oh gosh. There's quite a few of those things. I think probably both. There's like a story with an angel in there named I don't even know how to pronounce my own characters' names, and I've been seeing so many people because I say Camuel, and then I've seen people saying Chamuel and Shamuel. So
Okay. You know what? That makes me feel better about when I get to pronounce it. So I'll just be like, well, CB also said that they don't know how to pronounce it either. So it's fine.
it's like an uncommon name now. So I think anything flies really. But so this character and like kind of his storyline is a little bit about like repression. And I think that was pretty cathartic to write about, like, this thing of, because also I'm having to write like the different paths that the player can go down. So it's like I got to both write the path where it's like the action that I would like to, that I have taken or would have liked to taken in life, versus the path that I used to take in life, or what it would be like if I hadn't made certain decisions. And in both ways, in writing that, it felt really like, oh man, things would have been so much harder still if I hadn't changed. But you get to go back into a mindset that you used to have and really think like, you get a sense of how you used to be and how you've changed from that. And then like writing this the path of that I'd like for people to take. But it's, I don't know, it's like trying to make everything feel like a valid option.
Okay.
Yeah, so in that way, like the whole process was cathartic, just because going through the different paths meant that I could kind of explore the different ways that I felt about all of these things in my life. The Duchess's, without getting too spoilery, the Duchess's path. When writing the Duchess, I tried to approach it both as like a villain that could potentially turn into like a heroine at the like partway through. So I always had in my mind that there was meant to be a specific point throughout when people would find them relatable. And
I like that.
That was, it's sort of satisfying. I hope it's worked. It feels like it has for some people at least.
Yeah, I love how I kind of seeing that like trajectory of like maybe someone who is like an antagonist or a villain, and then kind of turning into like, oh wait, maybe I don't have to be that way.
Yeah,
it can be really nice. Since we're approaching the end of our time, I was curious. There's definitely a lot going on in this game, all with like really unique, fun journeys that I'm really excited to see unfold. So I'm curious, is there something that you hope people kind of take away from this, like after they finish the game? Like, what are you kind of inspiring them to feel through this story?
Oh, I hope that people feel like it's okay to change.
Yeah.
And that what you change into isn't even necessarily the last transformative thing that you'll go through. And I feel that now, especially because, like I said, I'm as I'm getting older and realizing, like, not just to change with my perception of how I want people to see me, there are just things that are changing about my body that I cannot control. Like, it's the very mortal feeling of like just getting older. And it takes so much work to feel okay about that, to kind of like see your youth like slowly fading away. And I just hope that people will feel like, that it's okay to change, that you will continue to change, and that, just to sort of accepting it and finding a way through it, and take control of what you can and whatever you can, like, as much as you can, but also there are just going to be some things that are out of your control, and that's okay.
Yeah, I think being able to kind of release that like sense that you have to like have control over everything that goes on in your life, and even like, your identity. Like sometimes things come up where you're just like, oh right, that can happen. And like now that I'm encountering these things, like, oh, I am allowed to kind of morph into my experiences and what inspires me to be the person I would like to be.
Exactly. I think that's the best thing. Like, you don't have to pick one thing and then just stick with it. It's okay for it to change. It's okay for it to change back. You know, we call that discovery. We call that growth.
Absolutely. I have loved getting to chat with you about this. You have definitely a little bit of inspiration to me, because I feel like the way like you have put a passion project into the world, and I feel like it's been incredibly successful. So I think that's such a great testament to like anyone watching being able to follow their dreams exactly the way you have. So feel free to tell people where they can find more info on the game, or where they can grab the game for themselves.
Yeah, sure. So it's on Steam. It's out now. It's already out. You can buy and purchase the full game. And yes, it's called Sorry We're Closed. Excuse me. We're also, I think it is also on GOG and Epic Games Store, I think. My partner knows more about that than I do. And as well as that, you can follow us on Blue Sky. Hold on, I got to check. I'm pretty sure we're Alamode Games on Blue Sky.
I think I saw that just before the segment. Yes, I believe
Yes,
so.
we are Alamode Games on Blue Sky. And it's the same on Twitter. Though obviously I think a lot of people are sort of migrating to Blue Sky. So like, I'm trying to be a little bit more active on there first. But
it's a little bit better for engagement coming from someone who's done a lot of social media. So you're in the right place for sure.
So that's where you can mainly find out about the game. And if you do purchase the game and you do enjoy it, please leave a review, because like for indie games, that is the one thing that lets us kind of strive and kind of live amongst a lot of these other larger titles. So thank you again, everyone who's supported it so far as well.
Yes. Well, thank you again so much for joining us. It was really great getting to chat with y'all. Don't forget to stick around, everybody, because we got a panel coming up. So stay tuned.
Thank you, CB and Jeff. That was so incredible to watch. This has been on my radar for quite some time, and I'm very excited it finally launched about a week ago. You can buy Sorry We're Closed today. They even have a launch discount right now, so snag it up and enjoy it this weekend. Next, congratulations, Califora. You have won a little goodie on our Twitch channel. So send IGDA a direct message on Twitch, and we'll get that code to you ASAP. And with that, we've wrapped up our 8 featured games. That's not all, folks. We got one more hour of great industry insights left. But before we transition to our panel, let's take a moment to give our immense gratitude to all of the streamers and the developers who participated in today's showcase. What an amazing lineup of games. My holiday wish list has gotten so much bigger.
Yes, it was so awesome to see all these games. And speaking of holiday wish lists, again, we cannot emphasize enough, please help out these amazing creators. Visit Steam, wishlist the games, play the games, review the games, do all the things with the games. It helps developers, especially indie developers, tremendously. And while you're at it, please follow the amazing and talented streamers that made today's showcase possible. We will share tags in our chat below, but thank you so much to Cinerin, Parker, and Jeff Brutlag for your amazing hosting abilities and qualities, the charm, the engagement. We couldn't have done this without you. And as Jeff mentioned, please do stick around, because when we come back, we're going to have a panel discussion on LGBTQIA+ representation in the games industry. And during this panel, you'll learn directly from the showcase developers about current trends or challenges and successes of queer representation in games today, and how we can pave a path to a more inclusive future. Uh-oh, Kate, I think you are on mute when you're saying that last part. No worries.
The dog came home, and I didn't want the dog to be barking on the camera. Anyway, what I was saying was, while we get set up, let's take a look at some of the final honorable mentions that we didn't get to showcase in today's show. But we'll be right back.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. And to the audience, thank you so much for tuning in to today's Queer Indies Showcase. Today, we are joined by some amazing developers, all who have been featured today. And I'm just really excited to dive into some questions, and then we can also leave room at the end of the hour to see if anyone has questions from the chat. But before we get started, I'll go ahead and introduce myself just one more time in case you didn't make it to the beginning of the showcase. My name is Dr. Jakin Vella. I'm the Executive Director of the International Game Developers Association, the IGDA, the world's largest nonprofit member-driven professional association dedicated to supporting and empowering game developers all around the world in achieving fulfilling and sustainable careers. And we do this in a number of ways through mentorship, community organizing, knowledge sharing, best practices, you name it. If you're not an IGDA member, definitely check out our website, igda.org, and consider joining if you're going through a financial hardship. We also have free memberships available for people who need it. So don't let that stop you. But enough about me. We are joined by some amazing guests today, and I will let everyone introduce themselves. So here's how we can do it. Please state your name, your pronouns, your job title or role, and what studio you're with. And then also tell us what you're playing these days. And we'll start with Tess.
So yeah, my name is Tess. I am a writer and programmer at Yurisoft. What the last one was what we're playing these days? Okay. Man, I haven't had a lot of time. I have been playing a little game called Volcano Princess, which is this this old sort of like stat raiser game where you're sort of raising this little girl and trying to, like, you know, prepare her for the world, or you know, whatever. Yeah.
Amazing. I'll have to check that one out. I have not heard of that, but awesome. Thank you, Tess. CB, how about you?
Yeah, so my name's CB. I go with any pronouns. They, them's a good catch-all, though, if you're stuck. And yeah, I'm from Alamode Games. We just had a game come out called Sorry We're Closed. And because of that, I've not had a lot of time to play games either. It's very hard to get time to play games when you're a dev. I think the last thing I was playing was like Legend of Dragoon, which is a game that came out, I don't even know how many years ago, like years and years ago. It was for PlayStation 1. Yeah, so I was playing that. Oh, but I did buy a Dreamcast. So I was playing a bit of Power Stone and Space Channel 5 as well, and some Jet Set Radio. So I got a couple of those in recently. So yeah.
Amazing. Time for some Dreamcast play. That sounds great.
Yeah,
haven't done that one in a few decades, I feel like.
Right?
Chris, how about you?
Yeah, I'm Chris. I'm a French indie game developer. I created Save Me, Mr. Tako, and now I'm working on Tako no Himitsu, the sequel. The studio is Deneos. I'm game director. I used to be a solo dev, but now I have a team. So, and my pronouns are he, him, and them are what you want to call me, as long as you call me, as they say. And I'm currently playing a game called East 10, an action RPG. I'm playing that, and the Pokemon card game on mobile, I guess.
Gosh,
so
yes.
that's
Obsessed
what I'm
with
doing.
that.
Yeah.
Obsessed with that. Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris. And also maybe send me your friend code so we can battle each other on Pokemon TCGP. And Tess too. We'll start a chat. We'll start a movement, and we'll talk about starting movements later. But Neve, how about you?
Hello, I'm Neve. My pronouns are she, her, and I am a producer, programmer, and one of the writers at Skeletal Games, working on a little visual novel called Spill the Beans. And recently I've been playing a lot of Dragon Age the Veilguard. A lot of it.
Very nice, very nice. Aniko.
Yeah, I'm Aniko Fox. I'm the creative director and founder of Kitsune Games. We made Kitsune Tales, and also Super Burning World, which you might have heard of. And I've also not been playing a lot of games, but not because I've been working on games, but because we've been moving. So there's like moving boxes like right out of frame everywhere around me. But there is a game I've been looking forward to playing a lot soon, and that's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Splintered Fate. I really want to play that one.
I haven't even heard of this one, so I'll have to check it out because Turtles in Time back in the day was like one of my favorites.
Yeah, I got into it with the new beat 'em up one, and Splintered Fate is apparently like TMNT, but like Diablo, which sounds totally amazing.
That sounds awesome. Thank you for sharing this information with us. And you are totally playing a game right now. You are playing the game called Life, and I hope the move is going well for you and that you're all situated soon. Serenade, how about you?
Hi, yeah, I'm Serenade, pronounced she, her. I'm from Berlin, so it's a bit late here. I'm a bit tired, but I'm trying to make do. Yeah, we're Food for Thought. We're mostly making educational games. It's more, and the games are about diversity and inclusion. But our game's buzz journey today is inclusive sex education game. I also the same. I haven't been playing. Also, we're also working in our new game right now, and our workshop. So it's quite busy. So I think like the game I was playing, Night in the Woods. I've been playing last. So yeah.
Amazing, thank you. Yeah, I understand it. I feel like it's how it goes in the industry. Like the more you work on games, the less you play games. Maybe y'all can relate. And finally, we have Mo.
Hey, I'm Mo, they, them pronouns. I'm responsible for a game called Queer Quest. And I just finished playing a game called Lil Guardsman, Lil Guardsman. It's, how do I describe it? It's like Papers, Please meets Monkey Island. Like it's good.
Wow.
I highly recommend it. It's the studio's like first game as far as I know. And it was just really a really charming game, really fun to play through.
What is it called again?
Lil Guardsman, Guardsman. Yeah, really fun, great voice acting, just a very enjoyable game.
That sounds awesome. And your spelling game is on point, I have to say. I was like, wow, you're just like, I have to see it to say it. But awesome. Thank you all so much for the introductions and, giving us a little bit tidbit about what you're playing right now, because I think that's important to know. I find that fascinating. It helps me connect to people because I'm like, yes, like Pokemon. We will play games of Pokemon later, I promise. So as y'all can see in the audience, we have quite a full house today in terms of the number of panelists. So some of the questions that we get to later, we might not have room for everyone to say something on the topic. I do have a few folks for like each major question that I'd love to hear from, and then we can leave it open. And then if there's time at the end, we can open the question to the audience. But one question I really would love to hear everyone's take on is really to start us off simple, because we'll have some more, like some deeper questions here in a bit. But really, I'd love to know your journey, how you got started, and doesn't have to be like a 10-minute monologue or anything like that. Just kind of give us a little bit more info about, where you started and how you ended up here, where you are today, a indie game developer with either a launched game or a launched game coming very soon. And yeah, Serenade, how about we start with you?
Okay, well, when I started, I was, before I started working as a game designer or a game studio, I was writing about computer games. I was writing about like 10 years ago, 11 years ago, I was writing about queer identities in video games, which is a lot different from now. And then I started, and I was a designer, and I started working at a game studio. And then just like years later, I'm like, okay, I just want to, combine my research with what I'm practicing. So I just came up with this like gender and sexuality game idea. This is how I started.
That is super cool. I very much like align with that. I come from sociology of games, so we definitely have some like queer theory discussions in our future. I can already tell. Awesome. How about CB?
Okay. I'm an artist by trade. Like I spent all my life like being a painter or trying to be. I don't have like any formal education or like background in anything to do with like video games. And it essentially boiled down to always wanted to make them as a child. To eventually, I did work at a studio for a little while as a character designer, but it didn't quite fulfill what I wanted it to fulfill. And my partner, you know, it was COVID. He had a little extra time. He was like, okay, I want to open up Unity and start trying to make games again. And so I was like doing the models and stuff, and we just kind of decided to just do our own thing. And we put it out there and people got interested. And so we finished the thing now. It's out now. And we're through the looking glass. And yeah, so I wouldn't say we'd like tumbled into it, but you know, we just wanted to do it. So we did it. I don't know how else to describe it.
Oh, it's great. I love that power of manifestation. You had the vision and you make it into reality. So congratulations again on the recent launch. I'll just kind of keep following where I see folks on my screen, but Chris, we'll go with you next.
For me, I started creating game very young. I think I was 12. Basically, I was a depressed kid in a hard family. So at first, it was like, I want to play game before I die, and then it was I want to create games. So it shifted like that. And so I discovered RPG Maker when I was 12 and learned how to do pixel art and stuff like that on my own. And when I turned 18, I left my hometown and moved to Paris and went to a game school and started to learn properly how to program games. And so, yeah, I made my first indie game when I was 19, which was Save Me, Mr. Tako. And now I'm working on the sequel. So it's been 10 years in this industry. And so I've seen how it evolved and going from being a solo dev to now owning a company and working with a team. So yeah, we are hard at work on the new game now.
Congratulations, that's fantastic. I'm so glad that you pushed through that childhood dream of yours and made it a reality also. And Mo, how about you?
Yeah, I mentioned it a little bit during the Queer Quest stream with Parker earlier, but I was a barista making video game latte art. And like one day just had this like, oh, what if I made video games instead of video game lattes? And it felt like the tools were becoming more available and the knowledge was becoming more available online. And I got that book, Rise of the Video Game Zinester, that was all about like making small games and queer games and stuff. And I didn't follow any of the advice. I spent way too long on one project instead of doing a bunch of small stuff. But it absolutely like pushed me in the right direction on like how to learn how to do any of this. And that was definitely like the first step for me.
Amazing. And what was the name of the resource that you mentioned?
Rise of the Video Game Zinester by Anna Antropy. Am I saying that word right? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Really awesome book, really awesome game dev from like the early queer canon. Yeah.
Awesome. Very cool. Yeah. Well, for folks, because we have folks in the audience who are indie devs, who are players who may become developers. Yeah. Any information like that, super helpful. And we'll even talk a little bit more later about some guidance and advice that you all might have to give to folks who are starting their career in indie dev. So we can definitely go back to that one. Neve, how about you?
6 years ago, I was a student at university looking for a placement year for my degree when I happened to get a job at a kind of smaller studio. Thankfully, my boss was a queer woman who really gave me like a great step into the industry and a great introduction that I don't think I would have had otherwise. And since then, I have been working at small studios, making adventure games and farming sims, and in my spare time, making weird little gay shit. Wait, no, sorry. Am I allowed to swear?
No, you can totally swear. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
No, but that's really cool. And I love that you kind of brought up, I'll call it mentorship, just based on what I'm hearing from you in terms of this contact of yours who really helped you. And I think we can talk a little bit more about mentorship later and how important that is to help us get to where we want.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Tess.
So it's funny. I like to joke that I kind of got duped into being here. Back when I was looking at jobs and colleges and stuff, one of the things I really wanted to do was be a writer. I loved books. Being able to write books would have been great. And I ended up meeting some guy who was like, "Hey, you want to know what the best combination of that was the thing that I was the most concerned about with writing was like, being able to make money, like having actual financial security." So the guy was like, "Hey, you want to know what the best combination of being a writer and, financial security is? Well, if you join the game design industry as a writer, there are, big companies like Nintendo that definitely aren't going anywhere, and you can have, the security of a big company to work for who's going to hire you to be a writer." And then he sold me his book about how to get there. But I've ended up really loving being here. I did end up deciding to major in this, not because I thought, at the time that it was going to be, this super steady, no issues thing, but just because I really do love writing for games. I love, writing prose, and I've started to really like programming, and that's something I wouldn't have discovered if I hadn't sort of been pulled into this space either. So it's just been a lot of experimenting from there. And then one day I was just like, let's make a gay Fire Emblem, and somehow it turned into this.
Oh, I love it, and I'm so glad that you listened to that intuitive nudge to make gay Fire Emblem, because you did it. You did it, and it's amazing. I really enjoyed your segment, everyone's segment, of course. But yeah, and I think you make a great point too. Like, as indie devs, we wear a lot of hats. We have to learn a lot of things. I am not a programmer. C++ and I are very complicated friends, I will say. But so yeah, I always applaud folks who dip their toe in all the waters of game dev and come out on the other side. So now that we have a little bit more context of where you come from, I'd love to paint a picture of the current climate of LGBT representation in games. But before we kind of like talk about like current things, I would really actually love to see kind of how far we've come. So if everyone could real briefly just describe the first moment that you remember seeing either a queer character or queer storyline or queer content in a game that you played. For me, I can kind of get us started, but for me, it was Dragon Age, actually. I remember being like in my living room playing Dragon Age, and I was like, wait a second. I can romance the guy elf? What? I was sold, loved it. Definitely was really awkward because I was like, living at home with my parents, totally not like out and playing like very romantic scenes. I was like, is anybody watching? What's going on? So yeah, that was my first moment. Who wants to get us started on this one? Feel free to just kind of jump in.
I'm like trying to even remember like an actually explicit like kind of queer character, but I'm really struggling. I mean, I know there was a lot of like kind of queer coded characters, but yeah, and I think maybe I just lucked out and didn't get any actual characters. I mean, any actual games with queer characters, and I think that was part of the drive, like to wanting to make my own stuff. Was there were so few of them. Gosh,
yeah.
I'm gonna sit.
Yeah, it might come back. It might come to you.
Somebody else can answer.
Yeah, but as you said, yes, like I grew up playing a lot of JRPG, and there was a lot of queer coded characters in them, but they were not explicitly gay or queer at all. But like, yeah, if you see characters like Kuja from Final Fantasy IX, like the design is very queer. So there's a lot of them. So it's the same. I don't think I remember like the first character that was explicitly gay. For me, it will be Quina, but she was not in Final Fantasy IX. But yeah, it's hard to say like which game.
Yeah. Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
I know one.
Oh, sure.
Kind of date myself a little bit here because it was like Ultima 6 in MS-DOS. And you can play as the avatar in Ultima 6. You can play as a man or a woman. You can customize it. And there is a band of gypsies, which is not, a good term to use anymore, but that's what they call them in the game. And one of them does prostitution. And you can, have sex with her if you are a female avatar. And I was like, oh, that's sure something. And then
Something
really
indeed.
upsettingly, in later games like Ultima 7 and Neverwinter Nights, if you try to do that same thing, they're like, oh no, you must be confused. You must want the guy one. It was so upsetting. It's like, really?
Swipe from your grasp.
Yeah, we were so close. Could have had it all.
Oh, that hurts. Because I even like still today, I feel like there's still plenty of that kind of gatekeeping from just non-heteronormative relationships in games. Anybody else want to talk about a memory of their first time they came across queer characters or queer content in games?
I remember playing Coming Out Simulator, which I think came out like 10 years ago now. And that was sort of, that's by Nikki Case, I believe. Really awesome little web browser game. Highly recommend it. And that sort of opened the doors to me knowing where to look for other small queer indie games. As far as like bigger games, I remember The Longest Journey. There's a lesbian couple, but they're like such a side story part of it. But they were, seamlessly blended into the story. And I didn't even realize that there was a lesbian couple in that game until I replayed it years later.
Oh, wow.
I think probably some of my early experiences would have been literally like The Sims. I think that was probably, I didn't play it a lot, but I would play it specifically to make like kind of queer characters and like make them all make out. And then that was kind of the extent of my interest. I would make like my little hot characters, have them create relationships, and then I'll be like, okay, I'm bored now. And one thing that I used to do, I remember, was if I wanted to have like a queer couple, I would have to make a family. So I would get them in love. And then what I would do is you would have to make one of them have really high logic. So I would make them play chess all day until they had maximum logic, because what happens then is you get abducted by an alien and then you come back pregnant no matter what. No matter what your gender is, no matter who you're in the relationship with. So I could make these like my little queer families by basically having one extremely nerdy character and have them sent off. And I'd be like, okay, have fun, come back, bring me a baby. The worst thing about it, though, was it would be a randomized baby. And my little sister thought it was the best thing in the world to have like a SpongeBob character skin. So like one of the babies I got back was yellow with like holes in it. And oh my gosh, that was not the family I imagined, but it's the family I got. So
And the one you loved.
Yeah.
Amazing. Oh, wow. And yeah, actually somebody in the chat said Sims 1, you can only, let's see if I can pull that up on chat real quick. You can only be roommates back then, but basically everything else was on the table.
Yeah, so that's what I did. I think if I were to think like of a game where I can think of you actually being able to be queer, but then I think it was sort of taken away again as well, was Mass Effect with in the first one, if you chose male Shepard, you used to be able to flirt with, what was his name? Caden, I think. But I think the relationship aspect of that was removed, if I remember correctly. And I just remember being like really like sort of pissed about that and thinking, well, what was the point? Like, why? So that's kind of my experience, I guess, which feels a little bit like sour. And I guess that's why it's like, that's why we do what we do, right? So, yeah.
Absolutely.
I remember back, probably would have been like 2018 or something. I was starting to get into itch.io and I discovered Yuri Jam online, and that was really what introduced me to what Yuri even is. So it was a lot of just those really small indie games that I got introduced to then. Then that sort of ended up as a gateway to, the bigger, like, visual novels and stuff like Heart of the Woods and whatnot. I think the biggest surprise one in my mind, like one that where it sort of happened with a character, but I hadn't explicitly gone there, like, oh, this is a, an LGBT game, that I, am seeking out because of that. There was a mobile game called Magia Record for a while, based on the Madoka Magica universe, and in that game or in that universe, characters become magical girls by making a wish. Basically, you make a wish in exchange, you're sort of, a magical girl for the rest of your life now. The one character was in love with this other person, and she kept, going back and forth on, like, whether or not she should use her wish to get that person to fall in love with her. And her friends are kind of like, why don't you just ask him? Like, why don't you just, like, go up to him and talk to him? And she was like, no, it's because this person is one of my really good friends, and I happen to know that she's not gay like I am. And that's been the problem, is that I've had this crush on her forever, but, like, she's not gay. So she does end up kind of using her wish to fall in love with the person, but then it kind of, she's kind of like, well, I sort of forced this person to into this, and so she ends up sort of, being able to reverse that. But later on, they do actually have her meet another magical girl that she, I believe in the Japanese version, because the Japanese story would always be like a year ahead of the English story. I believe they explicitly made them a couple in the Japanese version. The English version shut down before it got to that point. But yeah, no, that was really that was my favorite character in that whole game, because I was just, playing it because I liked Madoka Magica. And next thing I know, there's this queer character who's celebrated and supported by all her friends, for being, queer and everything.
Oh, that is amazing. That touches, like, my heart so much, because I like when you can connect to a character, especially when that character is, like, canon and not just from, like, the fanfic, side stories, which are amazing too, but, like, the importance of it being canon from the developers, I just think it's tremendously impactful. And speaking of the importance of, so actually, Neve, did you have one? I think, I don't know if we heard from you.
My cop-out answer would also be Dragon Age Origins, but from the sapphic point of view of going in thinking, I've heard I can date a woman, and then you see Morrigan for the first time, and you think, wow, and then you find out she's straight, and it's just like real life.
Right.
Yeah.
Morrigan. Oops, sorry, I accidentally hit a button and something popped up on the screen. But so as we're talking about representation and its importance, we've also seen representation, or either a lack of representation or representation that's been problematic or very trope heavy or very, very stereotypical, especially in big titles where lots of people are going to come across them, and that will inevitably set the tone or set the stage for public perception. And so I wanted to ask, a few folks here, what are some things that you do in your approach when you're making a character or story to ensure you're representing this character and story authentically and true to your vision? So, Neve, actually, I'd love to start with you. Can you tell us a little bit more about showcasing queerness, especially in characters that go beyond the typical human, like race or the human trope, really?
Yeah, I think being a queer creator, there's a lot of pressure when you make queer characters in that kind of way to want to make them perfect, to want to make them like the pinnacle of like the kind of representation you can have. And I think that's kind of also if you're online, you know, a lot of queer people will see your work and maybe not know who the person is that made it and judge it on the kind of terms that they think that you're someone trying to pretend, you're someone trying to give them something that is kind of, you know, rainbow capitalism. And I think an important part of being a queer creator and making queer characters is trying to put that out of your mind a little bit and going back and realizing it's important that, you know, I'm doing representation properly, but it's important that I'm making a real character here, that I'm making a person with flaws and things to love and things to maybe question. And just remember that your characters should be human. Even if they're monsters or vampires or mermaids or something, it's always to remember to make them human, because I think the most dissatisfying thing as a player is to find a queer character and for them to be boring, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that humanizing the character, really, like you said, tying it to just that authenticity of flaws, that's so important. And Serenad, I'd love to hear your perspective too, because in your game, Sibel's Journey, you really explore these identities and terminologies also of the LGBTQIA plus community in depth. And also, it looks like there's a lot of educational teaching of these identities and terminologies in your game. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience in shaping your characters, their backstory? What do you do to ensure that authenticity is expressed?
Well, we just based all the characters on real people. So we already had like a diverse team. We're already a diverse team ourselves. So some of it is our own experiences, and some of them are like experiences that the people we know, just like interviewing and using their background story mostly. So because we have become like, when we started this project, like people, just like a lot of people, also a lot of activists, a lot of academics also, they were interested, and so they wanted to have some, so it was like a big team in terms of like giving this input for the characters. So we have like an extensive like background story for the characters, even if they are not like all told in the game itself, but they do have these stories, and then they just act accordingly. Yes, this. But of course, like as you said, there's a lot of educational information in the game that was a bit more challenging, to be honest, because like we also so the game is in 3 languages. I'm from Turkey, so we have like one in, I mean, as I said earlier, I did my gender and queer studies before, so I knew what I was talking about, but still, like, it's just like I did this like 10 years ago. It's already, the terminology and definitions have changed, things have been added, so there's a lot of discussions like in when we were translating it, when we were writing the definitions, and so it was it was a lot of input from everyone, and a lot of like trying to find some like acceptable definitions of things for everyone. But of course, when we realize that that's not gonna stay the way it is, it's gonna change. So we're gonna be updating ourselves as well in that sense. But yeah, and they also like it's for a younger audience, so the language was also extremely important there. And then I'm also now, I speak German, English, and Turkish. It's just like, but I'm kind of afraid, like, if we translate it into another language, is it going to be translated properly?
Yeah. And that's an important concern for sure, because language is everything, and symbolic meaning behind words, interpretations. Absolutely. But it sounds like you've done such an amazing job in putting not only your expertise, but also just like your genuine empathy and compassion into ensuring you're creating these great relatable characters. I really enjoyed that segment where we got to learn about Sibel's own curiosity. So that was awesome. And CB, you talked a little bit about fashion and expression as something that can be really important to identity and queerness. But it's interesting because you had mentioned a little bit that you actually started from tropes. At least in some instances, you'll start from a trope, maybe like the grunge trope or something like that, and then grow from there. What can you tell us a little bit more about your process of really expanding upon character or story creation and representing queerness in a way that aligns with your vision for the game?
Okay, so yeah, kind of starting off with what I feel is it's like a kind of like for me, the trope is like a collapsed version of the character. So the trope is the sort of the strongest, most defined trait that people will recognize immediately. It's the thing that stands out the most about that character, but it shouldn't be the only thing that that character is. But as well as that, I feel that the tropes that I try, or the tropes that I do avoid, tend to be ones that I think are tied to identity specifically, because I feel that an identity specifically it's too vague. It's too vague, and that's when you get like really poor character design. I tend to try and keep it to sort of characteristics, right? So, kind of a brash person, a nerdy person, a loud person, a quiet person, those sort of things, where it's more of like a personality trait. That's what I try to start off from. And then from there, I then like expand the character with their own personal interests, their own personal backstory. So it's like, okay, yes, this character is nerdy, but also, they're really into heavy metal, maybe. This is the type of family that they come from. And I just sort of go on from there to like start picking out like their super special interests, their hyperfixations, etc.
Yes.
And the thing is the trope that I've kind of expanded them from allows me to kind of put a filter over everything that keeps the way that they interact with those things consistent. So that's how I try to create a character coming from a trope. And yeah, so it's never from the aspect of like, oh, okay, here's my, mixed race character and let's go from there. Because that's just not enough to go on, And I kind of wanted to touch a little bit. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. I think it's Noose. How do you say
Niche?
Niche. Okay. Yes, I will try and pronounce it properly. Sorry if I don't. But this thing about like also wanting to make perfect queer characters, because I had a little bit of a run-in with that as well. With Sorry, We're Closed. Specifically with the Duchess, there was someone who was saying, "Oh, the Duchess kind of represents like a scary, trans person trope and etc. And you shouldn't do that because other people might see it and that might be bad." And I don't know, when I'm coming up with like a character queer or whatever they're from, I'm not trying to think about the people who will hate this character. What do they think about it? Because it's not for them, right? It's for me. It's for the people who are going to enjoy it. It's for the people who I'm trying to express to, who have like those similar feelings. So it can be tricky trying to feel like you don't want to create a character that other people from outside of like kind of the culture see and think something weird about it, but at the same time there's just a point which you're like, what, fuck it, like I'm just going to make the characters that I want, and I'm going to make them how I want to make them, including the flaws, because that is the point of me telling this story. It is the flaws that I'm struggling with, or that the people I am in my life are struggling with, and I want to see these characters work through that, or to show how those flaws are, deadly or dangerous. So I think that's kind of like my approach to creating characters. It's always about the substance and like the uniqueness of them. Like, what kind of food do they like? What kind of movies do they watch? That's what I'm trying to ask them.
Yeah. Oh, it's amazing. I just really appreciate and admire like the big picture, like bird's eye view of that, but you're so easily able to zoom in and really get to these details that we can feel about the character. Like you mentioned, like the personality traits, like we feel a character being brash, we feel a character being annoying or this or that. And I love the, going back to New's topic of like the imperfect character. Like, yes, we're talking about representation here, but we're also acknowledging that all characters that are under the queer umbrella are not representative of everyone or everything in that umbrella. And yeah, and that'll take us actually to the next topic where I'll chat with a few of the other devs here on our set. But it's really about kind of the actual external influences that are surrounding us in the game development process, particularly politics. We'll start with a question for Eniko, then we'll get to Mo and then Christoph. But because I felt like there was a touch of politics and activism in each of the segments that I wanted to quickly ask about. But Eniko, we didn't get too much into the story of Kitsune, but in the description, there seems to make me think there's some maybe complicated issues with or some tensions between the Kitsune and people.
Yeah, that's also like based on Japanese mythology because Kitsune, they're kind of like trickster spirits, but they're not nice. So if you know, in mythology, Japanese mythology, if you encounter a Kitsune, you better, you know, be real flippin' careful. Because yeah, they will mess you up. And so in our game, we do have like this backstory of the Kitsune society, and it's kind of messed up. We don't go into it in the game, but we have it kind of sort of worked out. And there is actually a scene between Lord Kamino, who is a bisexual Kitsune man, and all the gay guys love him. Every gay guy I've seen streaming the game is like, oh my god, I love this guy's voice. I want to do things to him. He's talking at some point to the elder of the human village. And the elder of the human village is very deferential to him. And basically, Kamino threatens the elder because the elder like spoke out of turn and stuff. That's definitely part of, you know, the lore. I'm not sure we were really trying to make a political statement with that per se. But yeah, it does. We do like to like make that reflect a little bit of the real world.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, and you know, it didn't have to be necessarily political, but just the fact that you're bringing in those kind of that mythology, the assumptions, the hesitations to trust. I'm very curious to see, you know, what story elements, you know, cover that and touch on that, because I know we didn't have too much time to dive deep into that one today during your segment. But then we also have Mo, who had mentioned a little bit about game development as an act of protest in terms of creating Queer Quest. Mo, can you tell us a little bit more about, you know, what you mean by that and like how activists can make a change?
Yeah, I don't know how activists can make games to make a change. I haven't solved that yet. But Queer Quest was inspired by a protest initially. I, at the time, 10 years ago, thought that the protest was very silly and not for me. And I was like, I'll show them, I'll make a video game as protest, which like 10 years later, I sure proved my point. Like, I don't know who is at that. I don't know how to send it to them. It's not really relevant to them anymore. But one thing that was funny is because I started this game 10 years ago, I had to change the ending because politics have shifted. And the original ending, spoiler alert for something that no longer exists, I had sort of like the punk community be the bad guys. I don't know where I'm on camera. In order to build community out of tragedy. And then, you know, a bunch of bad stuff happened. And punks, it looked like it became an Antifa sort of message. And I was like, oh, I need to rewrite this because this didn't age well and the game isn't even out yet. So I shifted it. There's a new bad guy. I won't spoil it, but it's one that hopefully won't age out anytime soon. We'll find out. But yeah, I think that games are really cool because the way that people interact with them is really unique. I think that they have an opportunity to create a lot of safe space for people to explore gender and to explore queerness and to not maybe feel alone in a lot of ways and feel that community that is really necessary for protests and for organized action. And I mean, the game is just sprinkled with politics, whether or not I consciously chose to do that. I remember at one point someone saying that the game was political, and I was like, what are you talking about? And then later I was like, oh, I guess, but everything could be political at the end of the day.
Absolutely. And that's actually kind of why I wanted to ask this question, is because, and I think actually Christoph also talked about this too, is that existence is political, especially for characters that almost have no representation in games, like drag queens. So Chris, I would love, you mentioned like the political climate surrounding the identities of your characters in the game, like drag queens as a political statement. What else can game devs be doing to really support queer communities while also taking that activist stance?
Yeah, well, basically, for the opposition, our existence themselves are political. So representing them in the game is an act of a political act. So, well, in my game, I go further than that because there is actually a political election in the game. But regarding the drag artist, yeah, it's something I wanted to represent because it's part of my culture and friends surrounding me. So I wanted to represent that. And it's considered political now. So I wanted really to do that properly. So that's why I started to include real world artists. So basically, they are represented in a very direct way. So in our game, it's something that can be done because it's an RPG. So you will get to meet a lot of characters. So the hard thing for me was to really have them like being part of the world, but not because of their identity, but they're just here. Because basically in most games where there are queer characters, usually they are here because they are struggling with the fact they are queer in the world. Like they are often their queerness is the thing that is really defining them, and they are here because of that. And I really wanted them, in my case, to just be there. And it's something like if you have the code, you get it. If you don't have, you won't. Like for many drag queens that are in the game, I guess people won't even realize sometimes that they are drag queens or drag king, or they just think, oh, it's a cowboy in a bar, and if you know it's a lesbian bar with a drag king. It's not the you can get the code if you have the culture, but if you don't, it will only be character. So that's something that's kind of hard to do, to not scream like, oh, it's a drag queen, but but it's important to represent it, I think. And so yeah, using real world artists in my case was a way to do it like in a more inclusive way, to include people from all over the world, like women, men, queer, everyone. So yeah, it's a challenge, but I guess we decided to do it anyway.
Oh, and I'm glad y'all did, because I think, as we've all discussed here, the importance of that inclusion, it goes a long way. And I think, I mean, I'm sure we have all seen the bad side of, social media, where people call out like, oh, why does this game have to have this kind of character or this kind of storyline or blah, 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 BS. And it's just so important that developers like you all, put forth your vision and your voice, the characters that you have in mind, because someone out there will connect. It will change their lives. It will touch them in a way that they've never experienced, because like, holy crap, I see part of myself on screen and I'm playing a part of, like, that's just unimaginable. Like, it's just amazing. It's one of my favorite things about games, actually. And that takes me to Tess, because Tess, you were talking about how someone specifically mentioned like, there's no market for gay magical girls. What? So yeah, tell us a little bit about the marketing aspect of, yes, you're creators, you can make these amazing things, but how do you get it in front of people to ensure that it's not just like, I mean, if it is just like, hey, here's a queer character, that's all that it is, bam, that's fine. But it seems like you've gone so much deeper into the storytelling aspect. And I know we only have a little bit of time left, so we'll probably extend the panel 10 more minutes if you can bear with me, and then we'll continue on. But yeah, Tess, love to hear your thoughts on the marketing aspect.
Yeah, so we sort of like to say that our target audience is sort of the intersection between the queer community and like the nerd culture community. And luckily, there's quite a bit of stuff already that's very specifically geared towards that. I mean, I heard that there is something going on Steam called Seasons of Pride that's I think very related to those two things coming together. But in New York City they have a convention called FlameCon. It's a lot of like artists, and you'll see a lot of drag stuff and cosplay stuff and whatnot. I think I've only seen one other time where there was a video game there besides, me bringing it. And that was actually a time when I was an attendee. So I think the maximum number of video games at FlameCon in the like artist alley essentially has been one, as far as I can tell. But I think, in spite of, like we were talking about, shifting political climates, I think in spite of something sort of, getting harder, I think we've also sort of, done a pretty good job of sort of reaching out to each other. And I think if we keep doing that through things like this, it makes it possible for us to continue finding each other like this. And hopefully someone at one of these places we're going to and just sort of, letting people play the game, really does see something in one of the characters. Or for me, I think I see the Songbird Guild as kind of a game where you can sort of play it when you're, tired and, you sort of need a pick-me-up type of thing, so hopefully, it allows somebody to, play, who's there to play through it and just sort of, feel happy about like, oh, look how everything cute is, how cute everything is, for a little bit. And if people outside of that intersection want to play the game, that's absolutely, it's not like it's like, no, it's our game, you're not allowed to play it. Because I know there are a lot of people who have, said like, oh, they loved the demo and they're not, queer. They're just like, they're just like, I just love the RPG that that you made. So, but yeah.
Kudos. That's a wonderful compliment. I feel like to have, folks, outside of the community still like loving your game, and I think that just goes to show you that it is about more than just like representation. Of course, is important, but it's also game developers. We make good games. That's like the whole point. We make engaging games, fun games, infused with, of course, political statements, if you will, whatever you want. So I think that's amazing. Congrats on that compliment. So I know we only have about 6 more minutes or so. So I wanted to finish off with maybe one last question, and I'll leave it just open to whoever wants to jump in. But it's something kind of what Tess was just saying, like maybe having more games, especially at like conventions or more community-driven events like this, can be really important to uplift the community, get people together, show people that our community persists regardless of what is going on externally, politically, socially, etc. So that's to say, there are likely some people who are in the audience who maybe want to take a shot at making a game, or maybe there's somebody who has a very emerging studio wanting to make a game. What are some things you might tell others who are interested in becoming a game developer, especially related to like funding their idea, especially as established developers yourselves? What might you want to say as a takeaway? And I'll let anyone who wants to jump in start.
I guess. I mean, we're in a very, very young studio, so I don't have like loads and loads of experience. But I think that because I've just gone through the process, there are a couple things that I could say. There are definitely what's the word I'm looking for? There are organizations that specifically hone in on like kind of marginalized communities. Within the UK, there's one in particular called Wings. I don't know if they operate in the US as well, but I do know in the UK that they do operate, and it's just WINGS in all capitals. And they particularly fund women in games, but also marginalized genders. And I think that they're starting to expand that to people of color, and other facets of people who are kind of who could do with the help. So that's something that I know of, and actually it kind of brings me on to an extra thing that I'm always going to like talk about all the time. I'm not like some sort of major affiliation with them, but I've used the program loads. And again, this is unfortunately it's UK based. It's called Limit Break, which is a mentorship program where people can join in, and you can come in as a mentee looking for people who are actually already in the industry to have as a mentor for about, I think, 6 months. And with that, I have made so many connections. And I actually was a mentor this last year. So there's one of my mentees who I'm really excited for, because she came in, she was like, I want to have a job in audio design, but it's not working out. So I tried to encourage her to work on her own game and apply for Wings. And that seems to be going through, and she's going to be like running her own little studio.
Amazing.
Yeah, so I'm really happy about that. So those are two resources that I'm aware of. And just quickly to say, in terms of trying to do your own thing, I would say it's worth giving it a shot. If you're still looking for work, and you're trying to like put your leg in the door somewhere, it is always worth continuing your own projects and just trying to see where you can take those and where they can go. There are loads of indie like showcases where you can show off your game, and like put out your trailers. And there are several different resources as well for like having people review your pitch deck, etc. I wish I had more time to like kind of list off the different things.
But great. That was a long list for a quick response. Honestly, that was so helpful for folks.
Yeah. I hope that it's helpful. Just I would always say like try and continue to do your own thing and just keep putting it out there. And if you do that, there might also be people who see it and say, hey, have you seen this? Apply to this, etc. So it's always worth just keep doing it.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
And I kind of what I was gonna say, kind of I think sort of. That moved into it well. That last part about you said about someone might reach out. I think you'd be surprised at how supportive and sometimes how resourceful the people who are close to you can be if you're just open with them. Like, hey, I want to make this game, but I'm just trying to find funding. I didn't know if you had any suggestions. I mean, even if you don't necessarily want to approach somebody, though that's how they'd know best. I know because I was trying to think through how we got our funding, and one of them, the biggest one for us, was that I got funding from the school that I went to up here in upstate New York. It's called RPI. And the reason that I found out that they were providing funding for games was because I was spending time with one of my old professors at GDC, and I was showing him all the stuff we were working on. And he was like, you should apply for this. Like, this is this, awesome thing that's going on. And similarly, it was one of the people at RPI who sort of knew about the game was going on, actually came up to me later on and was like, hey, there's this other group over in Troy that's, also doing like, a funding grant. And, so just lots of opportunities that I didn't know of that just, I think if you meet people and be kind to people as much as you can, that has a way of kind of, coming back. And not that that's the reason you should do it, but kindness absolutely pays dividends in the form of, somebody will just say like, this looks like something that, this looks like a great opportunity for you. And, so suddenly you'll be like, oh my God, all this stuff is now possible. That wasn't possible. Thank you. So.
Can I just drop in really one very quick thing?
Yeah,
also, check to see if your government has funding for video games in general, because I know that in Europe and also in the UK, they have grants that they give out where you have to apply. It is tough competition, but it's absolutely worth exploring, because we've got ourselves some funding for a project as well. And when we were we went to a games convention called Amaze in Berlin, actually. And we were speaking, there's loads of people there who are talking about in Europe, there's various different government-funded organizations that will actually help give you grants towards developing your game. I'll shut up now, sorry.
Yeah,
No, that's great.
It's
great point.
Yeah, it's great advice.
Yeah, no, not to monopolize the conversation between the two of us, but that actually did remind me, in America, the Small Business Association does occasionally give out like, tech-related kind of computer science grants to video games. And I actually have a friend who got a grant to make a game that she thought was never going to be approved by the US government, let alone funded by it. I haven't played it, but she says it's very, very queer. Apparently there's a lot of stuff related to like, so I don't even know if you guys want me saying it on stream. There's a lot of stuff I probably shouldn't bring up on stream that happens. And if I'm not saying it here, imagine what the US government reading it in a grant proposal would have thought.
No, I'm glad you brought that up though, because typically US doesn't have a whole lot of financial support for games unless it's state specific, and even then it varies. So yeah, the Small Business Association, great point. And then we wrap up, so I'll give the floor to anybody else who wants to jump in real quick with some final words.
Yes, also like for funding, there is some programs from like arts residencies that exist. That's something I got to do with my own game at Villa Kujuyama in Japan. So it's a very French thing, but there are also other in other country. So it's also something that can help. And as everybody said, like you have to show off your game as much as you can, because nowadays the times are tough. There is no funds anymore and a lot of games. So yeah, it will be hard to start and get funds, but if you make something from your heart and try and reach the good people with it by showing it in events or online, or maybe you can get the chance. You can provoke the chance to get your fundings.
That is the hope. Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
We also got some funding. If like, I would be happy. I don't want to list everything right now, but if anyone wants to reach out and ask about like Germany opportunities or Europe, I'd be happy to, answer.
Oh, thank you so much, Serdad. And yeah, on our website for IGDA for the Queer Indie Showcase, we'll absolutely tag everybody so people can find your studio, your website, and if you're comfortable, we can also share your socials so people can reach out to you on whatever social media you use. 20 seconds for any last quick thoughts or comments on the support or funding.
In America, we use Patreon.
That's great though. That's an amazing point.
It's something. I couldn't find funding for my game. There's nudity. It was too punk rock. It wasn't polished enough, that sort of thing. So I had to self-fund through a day job, and it took a lot longer, but it gave me the freedom to make what I wanted. So like, if you don't have all the money up front to do something, there are options on how to do things on the cheap and low.
Yeah, I mean, we did crowdfunding as well. That worked.
All right, and that's perfect, because honestly, for most people, having that day job, having that stable income is ultimately the most realistic outcome and the most realistic pathway. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. Everyone is like, every pathway is viable. So thank you all so much for your time, your insights, the games you made and showcased today. We so appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedules to share the games with us, talk to our audience, and we'll be looking forward to some follow-up clips that we'll post on our social media and share and tag with you as well. And we'll be right back with some final words in just a moment. All right, everyone. That is amazing. Like, just the amazing folks who were just on that panel. Like, wow, I want to talk to them all day long. In fact, I'm like tempted to like maybe just start up like a Discord for a bunch of like queer devs, or maybe there's already one. Kate, you might have the in on that. We do have the IGDA special interest group, the LGBTQ plus special interest group, that is all about advocating for LGBTQ plus developers. But yeah, that was just awesome. Really grateful for all the folks who participated in today's showcase. I hope everyone took something away from that discussion. You know, beyond representation, queer games and queer developers are so important to our industry, to our ecosystem. And I'm just super excited that we had that time, especially in today's climate.
Yeah, that was truly exceptional. I just loved hearing all of them, and I knew some of them prior, but like getting to know some of the new ones, but also hearing about these new games that I've had my eyes on for a while, some of them for many years. But anyway, it was truly exceptional, from the awesome streamers to the creative talented developers to the inspirational panelists. I feel like our second Queer Indies showcase was a complete success. Thank you all so much for joining us and celebrating the content creators and the queer indie developers who make games that make us feel seen and heard.
And kudos to the staff at IGDA, Midboss, Gaming Magazine, for all of the support that you've provided on this event and the production. A special shout out to our multi-talented streamer, producer, and IGDA Director of Operations and Events, Parker. Parker, if you want to pop in on here real quick just to say hello, but I'm sure folks who tuned into this segment saw you stream 4 of the games.
I've been here enough. I don't think I need to be up here again.
Well, round of applause to Parker, the behind-the-scenes guru, making sure everyone's where they need to be on screen. Really appreciate it, Parker. Couldn't have done it without you. Got to give credit where credit is due.
And finally, please follow IGDA, Midboss, Gaming Magazine on every place that they are on social, you know, Blue Sky, LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, even for some of them, and everywhere that they are. But most importantly, continue to share the Season of Pride Steam sale link with your friends and family and wish list some of the most amazing games. And snap up any that you find that are on sale. Grab them while you can.
Thank you so much, everyone, and have a great rest of your time zone. Bye.